Alright, we're back again with some more Red Delusion today. And I did end up spending some time, and I figured out that the issue I was having yesterday apparently has come in with a new patch that came last month. And that patch has apparently messed it up for controller players, where you literally cannot scroll up or down in the windows. And the devs have not fixed it in about a month. So, I still am able to play the game. Because the only change I have to make is I just have to do it with full mouse and keyboard. So it's that easy. Now, which is a shame because it was actually playing really well with a controller, and there's so few buttons and inputs that the controller actually handled this really well. However, swapping to a mouse and keyboard to enjoy the game is not something that's like, oh my god, how dare you? I never play with my mouse and keyboard. So here we are. I went back to here to the scholars and I interacted with the menus, I've also been able to go to these menus, and now I can scroll up and down appropriately and not literally just be locked out. So I'm glad that I can do that. So I can, in fact, now do things the way I'm supposed to be able to do it with a lot of the menus instead of it just not working for whatever reason. So we'll pick back up here. I know there's apparently supposed to be a god or something around here that they were asking questions about. Or that I was supposed to be asking questions about, but I wasn't really. But we'll continue doing some more before I go back to that castle and do the that main quest. We gotta re-talk to the god that was underneath it and find out what's going on with the castle as well. But I've been enjoying this enough where I just want to keep playing it. As you approach, the man's face contorts into a ghoulish expression. Really? This is what passes for a scholar these days? Please, refrain from getting your muddy footwear on the flooring. He turns away and sighs. Well, seeing as you're here, perhaps you may be of some use. Back in Vienna, I had 12 servants. In this damnable place, nary a soul will lift a finger to help. Perhaps you're different, huh? I am Giovanni Borni, of the Borni family. I'm destined for great things, even becoming a gym leader, and eventually ruling the world with my control over father says so, but for now, I'm merely the chief cartographer of this wretched place. What does the academy have to do with cartography? Traditionally, not much. It's a rather menial task for navy vessels and merchant map makers. But the trouble with living on floating bits of rock is that they have a habit of moving around, and old maps become useless. So the academy is working on a more inventive solution. Like magic maps? Ah, you are one step ahead, I see. Because the central islands of the Apostolic Union are held fast with powerful magic, there has not been much need for enchanted cartography, until recently. You see, these Onric Isles lie on the fringes of the Union territory. They drift around, crash into each other, even break apart. New maps are produced and circulated all over the time. But even so, captains can't rely on them out here. So the Academy is working on a network of cipher spells to track the island's movements, to update maps instantly. Rather ingenious, wouldn't you say? Of course, the scholars here are all clever calculations. I provide the impetus. How'd you become chief cartographer? Well, it's a funny thing. I had no real interest in maps before this position. Fiddly things, wouldn't you say? And those tiny drawings, so easy to get them the wrong way around. But when father decided I needed some academic experience to continue my political career, the only position he could wrangle was chief cartographer of this dismal place. Honestly, I wouldn't have much rather been an Aetherius commander. At least Neuron stars are a bit more fun. Anyway, might as well make the best of it, huh? I sent out junior scholars to map these Onric Isles. This may be a dreary backwater, but at least there are discoveries to be made. Alright, I think I get it. Good to hear. Have you witnessed anything strange or forbidden lately? What's this? A sudden interest in the integrity of our establishment? If I didn't know any better, I'd say that Inquisition agent had you under her thumb. He flashes a smile. No matter. Between you and me, my allegiance lies more with the Council than the Inquisition, and most of my dusty old cartographers in this place. I'm sure they're flouting Union regulations left and right. I'll check the Aetherius fool up in the tower. He's always prattling on about the importance of the cosmos and how he flew out into the night sky before most were even birthed. If anyone's a rule breaker, it's him. Well, thank you for pointing out more people for me to betray. Clover votes betray. Well, speaking of him, let's go up. Oh yeah, with the spinning room. It's gonna get me dizzy. The old man is hunched over in his chair, wheezing heavily. Each breath reverberates like a broken machine. Suddenly, it stops altogether. You wait a moment, then another. Hello? He lurches awake, eyes peeling from a mound of wrinkles.
What's the hull integrity? Are we out of orbit?
I think the hull integrity is fine. He is still for a moment, blinking.
Oh, apologies. Thought I was back in the cosmos for a moment there. I'm Jerome Verrier, the head etherealist of this place. Pleased to meet you. Do you want to go into the cosmos or what?
Wait, what is aetherology?
Aetherology is the study of aether. It's a noble art, one of the oldest. We track the neutron stars, behold the beauty of the infinite cosmos, and even travel there ourselves. But this new-fangled union would rather throw coin at more rudimentary magic. Cipher spells that help trade, war, expression. Aether today have their eyes set on their purses, not their stars.
How long have you been etherealist? He chuckles.
That's a question. Before the God War, before the forming of the Apostolic Union itself, I was an etherealist in Bayonne. I was captain of my first cosmos vessel before I was 20. Would you believe me? It's a dangerous business, visiting the cosmos. Air is very thin. Cipher seals need to keep their ship together and prevent leaks. Complex magics recycle the air. One faulty spell, one flaw in the cipher, and your crew would die. But oh, the beauty, the majesty. To be out there, witnessing the throb and the pulse of the neural network, deep in my first hand. There's nothing like it.
What can you tell me about the cosmos?
As you leave the planet's atmosphere, you see it. The neural network. The cosmos. On this planet we have hundreds of neuron stars, as you know. One here orbits these islands every 12 hours and glows red. Others glow blue, yellow, purple, of varying sizes of orbital trajectories all over the globe. And they're all connected by synapses. Well, those synapses also stretch out to the neural network, to the cosmos. And when you see it, there aren't just hundreds of neuron stars. No, they fill your vision. They never end. We have, with our magical means, peered inside the fabric of our very skulls. Our minds look just like the cosmos. An uncanny reflection. I have been debating what this means for hundreds of years, but truly, I guess it's as good as mine.
Thanks for the information.
Any time.
Have you seen any signs of corruption in the Academy?
Corruption? Giovanni Bori is as corrupt as they come. He has friends in powerful places, which is the only reason he's here. They made him chief cartographer, but a young idiot wouldn't know a map if he was looking right at one. He'd probably wipe his arse with it. And now he's sent all our junior scholars out on some fool's errand.
I got the first idea that his mind is corruption. He's like, ah, yes, monetary corruption, good old-fashioned. And Giovanni is like, no, he must be believing in incorrect things. Ooh, yeah, exploring. Let's go. Ooh, can I actually level? I can. So the question is do I want more stamina? Do I want to try to get a bit more of this? This will give me a bit more charm. I don't really care about my mana and all that. I can get more stamina. I could just keep buffing strength. You know what? Let's get that little bit of stamina boost. I'll put more in Persona next time. Not without my Persona. I'll probably be on the list of games that I play at some point again. I only ever played 4. I do have 5. I've had 5 for a long ass time. I should probably get to it. Although I did technically play, I did play, the fantasy one. I forget what it was called suddenly. Metaphor. I did play Metaphor, so that technically counts, right? It's an Atlas game. It had the same system. It counts. I played 2. But yeah, Metaphor is the only one I've ever played on stream. I won't sleep until we're about to leave. But I did all my talking with... Oh, I haven't talked with you yet. Ooh, there's also a down here. Loot me! Oh, no, this is the alchemy guy. Okay. Speaking of which, I can now do actual other alchemy things, right? I can take, like, a weak spirit and mix it with... Eye of Pageth. Foul booze. Alright, well we're gonna put one of the brains in. And we'll mix that with jitter seed. What do we get? Elixir of regen. And then we'll place that with you and we get Elixir of Spellcast. Improves the potency of spells. Spells draw energy from the neural connections of the user's mind. In a poorly understood transference of power, this drink enhances spell by accelerating that process. Okay. And then I can make more of the other potions if I wanted to, but I don't really want to now. I mean, I could do this again. We create the crappy alcohol mix, and then instead of mixing that with the jitter seed, or with that, we'll mix it with this. It's just more foul booze. Okay. I wonder how you make actual good booze. Bag. There we go. Truth potions. Foul booze. A disgusting wine of terrible quality. Though you would have thought few would drink such stuff, the tangled alleys of Riova are proof of the contrary. When that flying city sways, a dozen drunks empty their stomachs. Alright, so I talked to the old alchemist down here. The only person I haven't talked to is you yet. The woman tinkers with a small crystal. Brows furrowed. Wow. I literally cannot say those words in the correct order. Brows furrowed. I keep trying to say furrowed brows. Brows furrowed. She taps with her stylus before stretches the magical energy and she drops it, cursing. Gods damn it. You broke my concentration. I'll take hours to recalibrate that. She glares at you for a moment. But seeing as you're here, you might as well make yourself useful. I'm Natalia, chief engineer here. Now tell me, how would you like to travel anywhere instantly? Instantaneous travel? Sign me up. That's the spirit. You see this big chamber here? I had it brought up here from the islands below. It's a portal chamber. It's tech from the academy, but it's actually pretty old. The Erudite Academy moves around a lot, and it seems one of my predecessors tried to set up a portal network on the very islands a long time ago. It looks like they never got it working, but I think I found the missing link. I've calibrated a crystal to act as a key, of sorts. It should activate the portals and allow for safe travel, but I need someone to test it out. Sounds dangerous. Dangerous? The chance of the portal ripping you up and sending your limbs to completely different continents is, quite low, I think. Sure, I'll do it. That's what I wanted to hear. See this crystal key? She reveals a glimmering device, a marriage of clockwork and crystal. She hands it to you. It will allow you to activate the portal chambers. Once activated, you can teleport to any of the other portals you found. The only trouble is, I've only found one, but the Academy records state that there should be many more scattered around the island. You don't need to find them all. If you can link this one to a portal chamber in the Endless Realm, and another in the Clockwork Kingdom, I'll reward your efforts. How'd you end up at the Academy? What? I don't look like I belong here? She smirks. Well, you're not exactly the first to think that. I grew up in the slums of Slev, scraping a living through unsavory means. I always had a knack for cipher tech, and by the time I was a teenager I was making bombs and traps for a local gang. Well, one day we pulled a heist on a wizard. All went tits up and the gang scampered, but the wizard caught me. He threw me in his cart. I could have sworn it was going to take me to the Inquisition and leave me hung. But he took me here. Took a bit of getting used to. Got into some scrapes, nearly been thrown out a bunch of times, but they stuck with me, and now it's home. I'm not going to keep pushing about witnessing anything strange. Yeah, more forging if I wanted to do that. The Academy portal is now active. Did I see one of these in... The page of the grimoires crackle with magical energy. A quill rises, quite of its own accord, before scratching on the page. Please write your destination. Okay, so I haven't acted any of these other ones yet. Alright, cool. So this is a teleportation device then. For larger distances later. Alright, now that I've done this, and we know that everything does in fact work really well with mouse and keyboard, let's go back to do some of the stuff we were doing earlier. And I know I'm tired, but I'll stop by the town, the skull, rest there, because then the castle I'm going over to next is like just over there somewhere. Like it's not that far. Plus, if I get there during the day, actually, I can actually go to the stores and hope they're not all closed like they always have been every single time I go. Oh, shit. Whew. Alright. I fell down the cliff. Luckily, I was able to jam myself against it hard enough where I didn't fall to my death. That would have sucked. Hey, look at all that stuff you just did. Die. I'm gonna do a quick hit of this. Damn. That just takes me down. Or I guess I do have to go up through there. There we go. Now, hopefully the rest of the town isn't asleep right now, and it's actually during the day. Because I would like to do something like, you know, go to the weapons store and see what I can get besides just the sword. Even though it is a good sword now that I've upgraded it. The countryside is teeming with goblins and unsavory creatures. Only a fool ventures forth without a sharpened blade. Here at A Fair Blade, we've plenty for sale, and you can use our crafting station to modify your gear. Let's see what you have for sale. Fine sword. Hey, I have one of those. Fine ore. Chainmail armor. I could get actual armor if I wanted it. Instead of the wizard robes. Old chainmail halberd that has seen some use. 30 armor plus 10 defense. Rusty sword, ammunition, iron ore. So, sword of ammunition for ranged weapons. Required to fire bows and the like. I haven't even found a bow. You're not selling any? Wait, all you're selling is just the sword still? And then this is for me to sell if I wanted to sell some of my stuff. But I want to keep my stuff right now. So, all this way to get to a store and you don't even have an axe? Hell, you don't even have a bow. I've never even found a bow. What the hell? What's the point of ammunition if none of you people have anything? No one has any damn thing. Cannot pass. The owner of this place won't let you go past this point. How dare you? An actual in-game thing that stops me from going back there and robbing you. Nice. dare you? I mean, what is my current... What is it doing anyway? 10 armor, 20 spell cast. Okay, so yeah, probably getting the horror book is worth it. Oh, good thing that doesn't count. I'll get the chainmail armor. How much iron ore I have? I don't know how much fine ore. I'll buy the one. Might as well. Have you ever heard of Emberian? Heard of her. She's come to this air shop more than once. Scared me witless, I'll say. That stare and that armor. There's something about it. I've been servicing equipment since I was a tyke, but I've never seen anything of that craftsmanship. She asked me to use the workbench. Last time I saw her take off one of those pauldrons and tinker with it, it was full of the most intricate machinery, and she knew exactly what she was doing. If you ask me, the stories are true, and she really is 400 years old. After all, those endless live forever, right? Who's to say the Emberians didn't figure it out too? Can you actually upgrade the Harbour? You can. Ooh, plate armor. And then... Oh, can't get it up any higher. Is it because I just don't have the piece? No, it would show me if I had the pieces. Okay. I mean, I guess I can just upgrade the Vagrant robe just to have it upgraded, right? All stuff doesn't just use it. Wizard robes if I had more of the other one. 20 armor, 30 spellcast, but I'm not using spellcast anyway, so that doesn't really matter. Let's put on my actual armor then. Plate armor, 40 armor, 20 defense. Sturdy metal plates encase a suit of reinforced chainmail. Though reminiscent of the ancient armor of the Middle Ages, modern armor incorporates magical cipher wards and unparalleled protection. I don't actually have a helmet yet. I only have one ring. I don't have any whatever accessories or belts, whatever that's supposed to be. There we go. Now I have even more physical defense. Since I'm not exactly blasting anything, I don't need the other armor. But I'm not going to sell it because who knows. Welcome to the Bubbling Brew. You'll see a wide array of useful items from healing potions to alchemy ingredients. There's also an alchemy station here. Sure. Yeah, the eyes, the jitter seeds, the potions. I don't really need any of this. I keep thinking I could just hit escape and leave, but that's not how this works. Okay. Welcome to the Glorious Garments. I can tell you are a customer of exemplary taste. I have a selection of fine attires to choose from. If you're interested, I can explain the specifics of tailoring. Let me see what you have for sale. Glorious silk. You know what? Might as well buy it. Scruffy cap. I can actually get a hat. Union furnishings. This contract grants access to apostolic union furnishings when redecorating a property. It is signed by the owner of the Glorious Garments. Oh, okay. That's for... You know what? Might as well. I have the money for it. And scruffy cap? Sure. There you go. I've bought everything, sir. So I can head back here. And scruffy cap. Upgraded to modest cap. An elongated hat that is quite popular among Apostolic Union merchant classes. Ooh, it adds 20 charm to it. I like that. Can I actually hit that up again? I can. Extravagant hat. 30 charm. Damn, okay. An elaborate cap woven from the latest Riovian fashion. Though many of the Apostolic Union think themselves above petty superficiality, they will still be wooed by a person in a fancy hat. Ah, I see. TF2 enjoyers. And they will be vastly intimidated by anybody with a ghastly gibbous. Walk from the other side.
A guest?
Welcome, welcome. The man flares his nostrils as he looks at you up and down. I'd offer you a seat, but these chairs are terribly expensive. I presume you're here about the job offering. I'm here for the job? Yes, yes, I thought as much. Your attire is certainly suited for the physical labor of the task. He dabs his forehead with a handkerchief, as if the thought of your attire is overbearing. The job is to locate my merchant vessel, the Golden Typhus, and retrieve its cargo. It is a magnificent ship made from the strongest Lundell oak, so I cannot imagine that it could have been shipwrecked. Its captain is none other than Walter Cecil, who has charted many of the Apostolic Union's most distant islands, and is known for his character. Mutiny, then, is not a possibility. Of course, was plotted to the Paguthian ruins south of Hollow. The Typhus should have returned a week ago. I'm beginning to worry. The ship and the crew are irrelevant. Only the cargo matters. Return it to me, and I'll reward you handsomely. What cargo is it carrying? I am afraid I simply cannot say. You understand that. Within the machinations of the Apostolic Union's legal system, there are certain trade goods that are unfairly scrutinized. Suffice to say, there is nothing dangerous or unwholesome about this cargo, but we should speak of it no further. Gotcha. I'll let you know if I discover your ship. Goodbye. Alright, add that quest to the ledger. Okay, so these skulls are appearing around more and more places now. Hey, buddy, you mind if I borrow your bed for a minute? Nope, you can't. Alright, fine. Fine, I won't borrow your bed. That's good. I updated my armor. Oh, there we go. Yeah. Money, skull, and final ore. I do like how leveling up isn't tied to quests or killing monsters. It's tied to exploration. That you have to find 3 of these skulls in the world, and then you can level up. I really do enjoy that. It gives like a really huge reason to explore for stats. Oh, yay, these things. Add that to the network of teleportation. Ah. I can port. What do you mean borrow from the other side? But this was a whole jumping thing. How dare you? How fucking dare you, eh? Alright, well, how do I get in there? Secret entrances. I see. I see. Ooh, that's some nice armor you got there. Hello, peasant. May the Apostolic Union shine resplendent. What can you tell me about the Union? Can you give me directions around town? I'll just be going then. Can I get past the door? Yeah. This is the top of a lighthouse. The view from up here is superb, is it not? All one needs is a compass and a map, and you have quite the adventure, I'd wager. Oh well. Well, I have a compass and a map, and yeah, it's been really fun so far. This game is definitely based around exploration and not around like combat or anything like that, which is nice. Because I could turn the in quotes difficulty up, but that would just, I guess, make enemies more spongy and hit me harder. So I guess, you know, that would add a little bit of extra, like, oh, shock value to it. But honestly, most part of this game has just been the exploring, and it's been really good so far. Alright, so okay, I made it here. Can I actually get in anything from here, or am I just... yeah, I'm wasting my time. There definitely is some way to get up in there to get those items. That's a door. Probably got an activation on it. There we go. Ooh, what do we have here? Don't mind me just taking some money first. Her boots look well... Your boots look well worn, friend. Don't suppose you've seen any spotty green shells around these parts? I'm looking to buy tiny critters inside them. Gauntlets, they're called. I have some gauntlets to sell. I knew I'd have to mess with you. Right, let's see them. I'll give you a fair price and even put in a good word with some friends of mine. Sure, here's a gauntlet. That'll do nicely. Right then, here's your pay. Keep them coming. This could open up doors for your friend. I have some gauntlets to sell. Take all the gauntlets I have. That'll do nicely. Right then, here's your pay. Bye. The outlaws now consider you disliked. So, I assume these are the outlaws? In one of these. Yeah, outlaws disliked. Apostolic Union friendly. Not loved anymore. Okay, so all of these things have different values that are all connect to other things. I guess. Oh, the Wiccans probably don't like me because I handed over that? Huh. I hear the guards know about this place, but they turn a blind eye. Someone's lining their pockets for sure. The barkeep shoots you a glare. Welcome to the Lost Purse. The guards don't come down this way, so we sell you items you won't find in more reputable establishments. Cause a ruckus or go yapping about what you see here, and it won't end very well for you. But sure, what are you selling? Outlaw furnishings. Contract accepts outlaw furnishings when redecorating your property. Teddy leathers, armor, and agility. Cosmos cloak. A cloak, star dappled cloak that envelops the wearer in shadow, making you harder to spot. Woven thread of silk slugs raised in special shredded enclosures which only allow them to look up at the weaving cosmos overhead. That's cool. You know what? We're buying that. I guess I could buy this too if I wanted to upgrade it for later. So, better just to have some of that stuff on me now. However, that should allow me... is it here? Yeah. Cosmos cloak. Alright, so that helps my sneaking. Ooh. You must be friendly with this faction to gain entry. Okay. Oh, yes, this place. Yes, 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 yes. This is the teleport that takes me back to the other village. Okay. So now I know what this is. Okay. so this is also where I can sell my goblets. The woman eyes you up and down. You look like someone who can take care of themselves. A word of advice, if you'll hear it. While the countryside starves from the famine, the merchants here are just as rich as ever. But they won't let you root around their houses in the daytime. But at night, well, that's a different story. Let's make sure you stock up on lockpicks if you're planning any unsavory activities. Picks break all the time, so you can never have too many. There are places you can buy them if you know the right people. No, don't worry about that. I also get plenty from killing shit. Let's see where this one goes. Oh, is this the door at the bottom of the... Oh, it's different. Ooh. That's cool. Actual sewers. Oh, shit. Didn't even see that. Some more money. That's right. I probably love a lot of those things to sell too. This is the... Yeah, okay. Can't get any more. And in front of a lockpick. Okay, that's funny. Bright eyes shine from an unwashed face. You catch the girl's attention. Hey, you wouldn't want to come help her get out, would you? What's the problem? She wipes sweat from her brow. I gotta deliver these Bayonne silks to my guy at the Wobbly Noggin, but after lugging these here, my own noggin's not doing so good. She flashes you a smile. Make your delivery for a cut of the profit. Her smile fades a little. Of course, that's only fair. You'll get paid. She hands you a wooden box. Just ask around for Bardolph. He's usually in the small room if he's got himself kicked out. She winks. Yep, I know the way. Oh, shit. Did not mean to end up in the water. I'll do the wobbly noggin in a moment. Ooh, there's a lift I can activate later. I want the bombs. The man in the corner is the most spectacular mustachios you've ever seen. Though ones to make a walrus weep with envy. From beneath them protrudes an indescribable device that might be the distant descendant of a pipe. His bearing is stiff, dignified, even as he sits alone, several empty glasses in front of him. Oh, don't be shy. He puffs on his pipe, dispersing a peculiar odor. It's my own invention. If you're curious, it recycles the tobacco juice and vaporizes it back through the system for further consumption. 17 times more efficient than a normal pipe. He lets out a wheezing chuckle. Imagine the savings. A single pouch used to last me months in the field. Interesting. In the field? So you were a soldier? Ah, certainly not. Anything a common soldier would have dignified designers. He waggles his mechanical pipe. I was a combat engineer, Lieutenant Artificer Daggerov, 17th Greasewards, building and maintaining engines for the war the likes of which you couldn't imagine. What kind of things, then? The kinds of things that'll kill a godstone dead, that's what.
War machines like moving mountains, works of craft and science like you've never seen nowadays. We saw action at the Battle of the Gates, as well as a Black Rest Day, a retreat from Krostengrad, the Siege of Anpur.
He sees your eyes glaze over.
These are all just names to you, aren't they? If that. Well, how about the Battle of Aristodes Rock? You must have heard that one.
Of course.
Of course you have. You can bloody well see the busted up engine of war if you look north past Puyo. The war was almost over when we fought there. Oh, that's the one that sticks with me. The one where I left behind, well.
He sighs.
You want to hear an old soldier's rambling or not?
Yeah, please go on.
Well, the war was almost over by the time we got to Aristodes Rock. No place at all, really. But some of them believers fled there with a gourd. On a gourd, in fact. And you've never seen a cornered gourd, have you?
He frowns.
No, lucky you. But with that our engine, the one Cornelius and I had been crewing practically since the start of the whole business.
He pauses.
Wait, did I not mention Cornelius? It was my commanding officer. Best there ever was. He had a real connection in the machine. He and I had flogged that thing through battle after battle, till we knew it almost better than we knew each other. Anyway,
the old engineer pauses, lost in thought, and his cheeks redden a little beneath his pendulous mustaches.
Excuse me. I lost my train of thought for a moment there. You don't need to hear the whole story. It's ancient history and better that way. I came back, most of us didn't. Cornelius and the war machine included. I imagine he's still there somewhere. What's left of him? None of us returned to that place, you see. Even if anyone wanted to return to that accursed rock, you'll need a powerful airship.
He sighs.
Really? What else is there to say?
An embarrassed silence descends, and you get the feeling that this might have been the most Dangog has said for some years, and about all he's going to be saying for tonight. Goodbye, Lieutenant Artificer. Dengor gives a quiet nod and puffs his pipe. Ah, damn, you loaded up there. Someone get this man some Zims. Good, I think Jitter Seed's the one on the lowest on anyway. Yeah. Best part about having good strength, just smashing the doors open. I mean, I do have a lot of lockpick skill. But actually, how is my skills looking at this moment in time anyway? Yeah, my stats are down because I'm low rested. Okay, I have to get full rested to see what they're actually like again. Ooh. Oh, this is for exiting another. Yeah. Just like in the mines. There's like a dungeon, and that's how you get out. Alright, so now that we've upgraded all the other stuff, it's definitely nap time. So I can get... Hold it. It looks like your box. What you got there? I'm making delivery for a friend. These are silks from Bayonne. He chuckles. Like I've not heard that one before, you know. We've got a lot of real problems with smugglers and all. A lot of illegal goods slipping through the net. So I'll ask again, what's in the box? I was told they were silks. I've not looked. The box is mine. Bugger off. Bayonne silks. My friend is a respected tailor, and this delivery is urgent. Hey, it succeeded. Alright. Just gotta ask us all. Lots of smugglers and hollows, you see? Carry on now. Yeah, alright. It looks like I put jammed enough in Persona. Oh, because I have my hat. Yeah! Instantly best purchase. He got fucking blown out by my hat. I needed 15. Bitch, I've got 30 in my hat. Still had one too many, eh? The man cracks you with thin yellow smile. Name's Bardolph. I don't think I know you, friend. So unless you've got business here, I suggest you trot on. I was asked to deliver these Symbionte silks to you. Ah! Imogen's newest recruit, eh? His smile grows, teeth like shattered glass. You should have said. He pries open the box. A cluster of tentacles bursts forth, and he slams it shut again. Ah, fine silks. Fine silks indeed. This will make a lucky noble very comfortable. Glad to be of service. Imogen mentioned something about payment. Knowing her, I'd wager she wasn't the first to mention it, eh? Anyway, here's a few coins for your trouble. Look, we're always in need of folks like yourself. If you want some work, head down to the slums past the docks. Look for a bust of a skeleton in one of the houses. Give it a yank, and we'll let you through the lost purse. Find Imogen there, and she'll have more work for you. Hey, I was already there. I don't know what that is. I don't think that was a... Yeah, I have 2 now. I just need like 1 more to get there. Alright, now we can take a nap. Alright, we'll go to definitely nighttime. And now that it's nighttime, we can do multiple things. A, I want to go to that castle like I had where we like soft locked last time. And we'll do that. But first, the game did in fact say, and I've seen this several times, that I can go and rob the stores at nighttime. And would you look at that? It's pretty much nighttime now. Oh, I already did loot this one. Yeah, the first time I did come here was at nighttime already. So I actually wouldn't be surprised if a lot of these weren't already looted. Yeah, I need some way of getting lore skill. Okay, so I can't get into his place until I get more lore. That is the one thing about being low on magic. Hopefully I get an item maybe that can increase my lore just for opening things. This guy's place I've already been in to the upstairs floor anyway. Oh, he's not even asleep. I guess just in case I can hand him my quest. Alright, so I already have looted this then. And the one I want to loot I can't really get to yet. Alright. Oh wait, what about this one? Yeah, I hit this up at the beginning. Alright, that's how that is. Let's go to the castle over there and now do that stuff now that I won't soft lock. That's where I can rest if I needed the stamina before going in, doing the dungeon. This actually needs a key. Okay. My guess is that there's some way of getting down there then. Oop, that's by not falling off of the thing. There we are. No. No, there was a way of getting down there, but it wasn't like opening up the other passage. And all the creatures here are still dead. So even though I soft lock and had to go back, it did keep my progress of killing everything here saved. And looting, I guess. No, okay, it did. It did keep that. So did it keep my dealings with the god? I assumed it did not, but considering that nothing is back here, it must have saved as I passed somewhere. Another 8 things scurries to my den. If you bear one of my keys, you must be a devout follower. Yeah, wait till it's a far. Okay. Yep. Alright, so all this did save. Cool. It must have saved when I walked into the castle or something, probably. It just didn't say where I was going to respawn. You can only do that at the spawn items. Yeah, might as well put the attack spell on. I'll talk to you already. We go through here, got that chest. Came up here. I think I went through this painting. Yeah, and then I was talking to this guy. Tired eyes peer from a withered face. The man wears the garb of a Wiccan priest, old and tatty.
I tried to read this place in illusion magic
To conceal the decay, but there is only so much a simple charm can do. The castle rots,
its bones laid bare.
What's wrong with the castle? Alright, did this yesterday. It must be a result of the curse.
For evolution, it is a comforting thought, I admit. Behind that painting lies a secret room. It holds a sacrificial poison, the same one that flows through the Duke's veins. The dosage is exact. An overdose would be lethal. If the Duke were to drink more, he would die, voiding the contract entirely. The madness would end, but the plague would return. But there is an alternative. If a second sacrificial victim could be found, the god would be satisfied. Equilibrium could be established once more. Through Peggoth's taint would never fully vanish. But I grow weary of this business. I do not have the heart to inflict more pain.
I could administer the poison on your behalf. I have my hat now, so I'm allowed to do it. Success. He is silent a while.
Perhaps. That is the wisest choice. My indecision has let the castle rot. Perhaps you could be the one to save it. Very well, I will open the door to the poison. The Duke is at the top of the keep. To enter, you must walk through an illusionary wall. Was there anything else?
You're a Wiccan, no? Why are you here?
Well, I suppose there's no point in hiding it. That would be an insult to us both.
I'm an emissary of the Wicked King. Yeah, the worm. I did. That's another one I did yesterday. Okay. So I have the... okay, yeah. If I don't have enough magic, I can't get them to stand, and that opens doors and stuff. Ooh, nice. So, sacrificial poison. This bottle of crimson liquid is labeled sacrificial poison. It was found in the secret room of the castle Hollowshire. Perhaps the castle's Wiccan priest can explain its purpose. Yes, he can, but I'm not sure if I'm supposed to drink it, or he drinks it, or I can either use it to kill the king, or to kill the lord here, or give it to someone else so he can join in on the pain. And that might also help. So, I assume it's not giving it to you then. There must be a way to resolve the curse. I found the poison. I can administer it on your behalf. No, I already went over that one. Kaddish Rakehill, Volume 1 by John Fleming. Kaddish Rakehill awoke to a cornucopia of pain. His joints ached, his eyes stung, and his head felt as if it had been dragged down a flight of stairs. He felt his lip, swollen and bloody. He checked his purse, completely empty. He probably should have been armed, but the Kaddish was worryingly acclimated to waking in such a state, except for being in the branches of a giant tree. That was new. And it was, indeed, a very large tree. Its trunk, enormous in girth, was home to numerous dwellings, houses that clung to its bark like insects. He glanced downwards and saw nothing but clouds, and when he looked up, a crooked castle rose above a mountain of leaves. As a castle on top of a tree, now he remembered. He was in the forest city of Cruvet, in the northern reaches of Lundel, the only place crazy enough to build a castle on top of a fucking tree. He remembered getting very drunk in a gambling den in Aurora, and losing a lot of money at some scoundrel who claimed to be a princess. He had bet a considerable sum on the notion that she was definitely not a princess, and to prove him wrong, she had taken him in an avian taxi to Cruvet. He must have fallen asleep in the bird's back-mounted cabin. But the next thing he knew, he was in the stone walls of a rather dingy castle. It turned out that the scoundrel was, in fact, a princess, and she wanted Kaddish to pay up. He refused on the grounds that, being in such a decrepit castle, she can't have been a very good princess. The last thing he remembered was the princess punching him in the face. He looked down the branch. A couple of well-armed guards blocked the exit. Ah, so this branch was in fact a prison. He had to admit, it was one of the more pleasant prisons he had found himself in. He sat nursing his head for some time. The blue neon star of Lundel was distant here. It kept the tree in a grayish half-light, so it was unlikely to change anytime soon, seeing as the sluggish orbit of Lundel's star made a single day as long as a Revovian month. Most citizens would toil and labor for much of the long day and get drunk in equal measure for most of the long night. Kaddish, of course, got drunk during both. Suddenly he realized a figure was standing in front of him. He had not noticed her appear, and yet it felt as though she had been there the whole time. She was clothed in a sari of brilliant red, a garment from a distant land of Puria, and a veil of glinting gold obscured all but her eyes. Kaddish Rakehill, I presume? Kaddish sat there, dumbfounded, for a good few moments until he remembered to nod. Her eyes creased into a smile. I have heard much of your adventures, Kaddish. You are said to have acquired a treasure from every corner of the Sky Realms in your time as a mercenary. He nodded again, not mentioning that he had lost just as many treasures in various gambling halls of disrepute. I have a job for you, Kaddish. Do you remember the pirate Captain Janesh, or Janesh? He swallowed. He remembered Janesh. He remembered the man's contemptible grin. He remembered the man's gleaming saber held against his neck. Janesh wants to meet with you. I can make this happen. Kaddish frowned. You said this was a job, so what's the pay? The woman drew a serpent-like creature from her sari. Its segmented body was like that of a giant glistening maggot, but its head was full of rows upon rows of sharp teeth. It was a vampiric parasite. The payment is your life, she said, as she flung the creature towards him. Before he could move, it whipped itself around him, and its head forced itself into his mouth, its slimy body lurching down his throat, shifting and wriggling until it was completely inside him. His stomach writhed as he retched to no avail. "Don't worry, Kaddish Rakill," she said. It will soon all be over." She snapped her fingers, and just like that, he fell into a dark stupor. Well, does it eat for you? Do you have to eat twice as much to take care of the thing now? And is it doing any damage while it's in there in the first place? Also, what if somebody else snaps their fingers? Does it know? Will it keep knocking me unconscious? Glorious treasure. Iron ore. Alright, so I could assumably give the poison to him, and it would just kill him, and then the disease would come back. But maybe the guy downstairs I can give the poison to? Pain groans emanate from the helmet. The man writhes clearly in agony. He does not seem to notice your presence. Greetings? The man inhales sharply, his head slowly turning backwards, turning towards your own.
I am the Duke of Hollowshire. State your business.
I have the Wiccan's poison. I can end your pain. Can I help?
Only that bastard Wiccan may help me now.
I have the Wiccan's poison. I can end your pain. For a moment there is silence, but for the Duke's hoarse breathing. For so long, I have ached for death. Though it may doom my dukedom, I am too weak to refuse. Please, kill me. Actually, I changed my mind.
Damn you!
Give me a moment. Oh, all of them have stood up now. Hey, you. Greetings, stranger. If I were you, I'd leave the accursed place, leave and not look back. What's wrong with this place? Dead Wiccan. Okay, I'll be going. Yeah, the paintings. What would happen? It's a key item, okay. Okay, it's a key item. I can't just drink it and be like, alright, well, I'll take some of the pain. And there's no option for the Wiccan to take it, so it's either don't use it, or unless there's somebody else I can give it. Wait a minute. Paintings. Let's see. Aha! Who the f*** are you? Greetings! I don't often get many visitors up here. I am Thomas Hardwicky, son of the Duke of Hollowshire. Please make your acquaintance. Is there something there's something very wrong here. Indeed, we are trapped in a spell, a contract with the god Pegith, negotiated by the Wiccan in this castle. So long as my father bears a burden of sacrificial pain, the castle and the surrounding villages will be free of the plague. Except, the spell has changed over time. As my father weakens, his subjects develop increasingly bizarre habits and deformities, not dissimilar to those monsters that roam the ruins to the west. I'm fearful for the future. If I could lend my aid in some way, I would do so gladly, even if it would mean bearing the pain that my father endures. Was there anything else? I have a vial of the poison from the Wiccan. Oh my, is this the sacrificial poison? He studies the vial with curiosity. Every day, I watch my father suffer. I feel useless by his side, unable to help. But with this, perhaps our conjoined sacrifices would repair the spell. Perhaps the land would be free from both plague and corruption. I beseech you, let me partake of this poison. It would do my duty to my father and his subjects. Sure, there you go. The vial in his hand, he hesitates for a moment. Then he drinks in a single gulp. For a moment, nothing happens. Then he lets out a piercing scream. No, Pegith! What pain is this? The agony! This is what my father has endured.
It is unbearable! Unbearable!
The castle is cursed. The Duke's son chose to sacrifice himself to renew Pega's contract spell. With the spell renewed, the abhorrent strangers inflicting the castle may subside. But both the Duke and his son are racked with perpetual agony.
No, Pegeth, what pain is this? The agony, this is what my father endured. Unbearable, unbearable.
Seeing you, the man lets out a dreadful howl, which reverberates through the castle walls.
You condemned my son to this fate!
Yeah, I kinda did. Well, there's nobody really living here anymore, except for like one person, and they're the only one who actually benefits from this, but yeah, fuck it, I did it. Tired eyes peer from a wreathed face. The man wears the garb of a wicked priest, old and tatty. Okay, there's no... he doesn't have a comment on it. However, I do have another delusion, which I guess I will put in persona, like I said I was going to. Giving me some more charm anyway, because with this hat, I've got a good amount of charm. Definitely going to need a thing that increases my sensing magic ability. Alright, so now the real question is... Actually, I know there's a person in one of those houses. Let's talk to them, see if there's anything they have to say now. It's so clear out here, so clean. You were the one who came from outside. Did you do this? Just happy to be of service. Thank you then. 1,000 thank yous. Here, take this. But if you don't mind my asking, how did you do it? Tell her what you've done. Her bright face falters as you unfold your tale. I cannot say I am not grateful, but you'll excuse me if that is... Leave us, please. You've done enough. Fine by me. I'm out of here. I've got your silk. That's more important than anything else. See ya. Woo! Alright, so I went and I saw the god. I have a task to do with him as well. Let's go over to that place. I know for this main task I have to go over to like the big Apostolic Union church and put the thing he gave me in its highest reaches so they can't track him anymore. Or so he can also help hide himself. Might as well grab another godling. Yeah, with my weapon upgraded to fine and my strength sitting nice and high, I can actually do great damage to these things. Now, I think I was over a lot of this already, but not this end. Ah, damn it. I actually saw that one before I stepped on it, at least. Not fast enough, but... Hey, an actual bow! Alright, we actually found a bow. Holy shit. There we go. Now, I think it's Q to swap my weapons. Yeah. But I have 150 points of ammunition I can actually use now. I think it's funny that it takes you this long just to actually just get the bow. Alright, looks like to get there, we have to go a long way around the edge. What else is there? You're welcome for the distraction. I don't know if you would have won or he would have won, but I think it's funny that he was just standing there. The moment I come along, he's like, you know what? I'd actually rather take you. Alright, now this is where I was before I turned back. That's where the mine and everything are. That I was in. This is how, if I wanted to get up the ledge to go around. But there, I know there is a valley there that leads to that shack and everything. Was I in that one too? Now this. Is this the castle where I have to leave my thing? Oh, this is to the mechanical realm. Okay. The border guard is working on some kind of word puzzle. He does not look up. Yes? I'd like to cross the bridge, please. No. What does that mean? It means you cannot cross. Why not? Entry is forbidden by order of the Clockwork King. What if I had a valid Apostolic Union passport? Those documents are no good in the Clockwork Kingdom. Why not? Because we do not recognize the defeatist entity. How come? Because it's a defeatist excrescence? Yeah. Because it is a defeatist excrescence of greed and privilege, run by a cabal of fossilized sophists and jealous aristocrats. He sounds as bored as ever and still does not look up. Are there no exceptions to the entry ban? Exceptions are permitted only by specific order of the king. How can I secure one of those? Petitions to His Majesty may be submitted via the Mechanicus Guild in Ferropolis. How do I get to Ferropolis? Cross this bridge, follow the road, then ask someone else. I am a border guard, not a map maker. So it's forbidden. So it's across the bridge, which I can't cross because its entire entry is forbidden. Correct. Is there another way into the Clockwork Kingdom? Not anymore. Perhaps I can make it worth your while. I'm with the Inquisition. Let me through, or there will be serious diplomatic consequences. I have a hat. You need 120. Fail. The guards don't look up. Good to know. I'd like to make a complaint. Letters of complaint may be submitted with the gate bridge officers. All complaints will be handled within 3 to 6 years. However, you must first exhaust the usual channels by requesting an entry exception. What if I could get you a Union passport? Such documents are no good in the Clockwork Kingdom. So what do you accept? Exceptions are permitted only by specific order of the king. How can I show you an order from the king? Yeah. How do I get to Ferropolis? Is there any way to get to Clockwork Kingdom? How about 30 coins? The guard does not look up. You cannot. Oh, forget it. The guard goes back to his puzzle, apparently ignoring you. Evidently, you'll need to find some other way to the Clockwork Kingdom. Good luck with the puzzle. Alright, well, at least I know what that's for. I wonder. Alright, before we go too far or back around that bend, is there like a way I can just kind of like skedaddle? No. The man dressed in elegant fineries is grumbling over a withered map. The thing is more useless than a bloated god corpse. Suddenly, he notices you. Ah, there you are. Perchance you could help a humble merchant in this time of need, eh? I have a sizable delivery of Skyshroom tea bound for the Clockwork Kingdom. Now, before you say it, I know the border crossing is locked up tight, but you see, I've been in contact with the only fellow around here who has an import permit for this bloody kingdom of cogs, or what have you. What was his name? Maka? It escapes me. But the point is, I can't bloody well find him, can I? This old map is all wrong. So if you've seen the chap, you let me know. They'll be coining it for you. Sure, I'll let you know if I see him. Hold on. Do you think he can get people into the kingdom? Sure, I'll let you know if I've seen him. He nods. You're most kind. In the meantime, I'll return to deciphering the blasted map. Ooh, I can take my one power attack now. Hello, big troll. I never used the magic spell before. What did I put it on? F. There we go. Oh yeah, okay. The big trolls now just kind of... I do a lot of damage to these current things. Hello here. Free beer. You see a middle-aged man with a patchy hair and a thick mustache tinkering with a skiff. His skin is withered and weathered. Wow, all right. Let's get words, the mean words. His skin is weathered and somehow a pipe stays in his mouth even as he toils. Piss off! I'm working. Nice boat. Where'd you get it? From a genie. First wish was for a sky skiff. Second wish was for strangers to ask annoying questions. Third was for strangers to fall in a plague pit. Any room for passengers on that skiff of yours? The man closes the panel with a skiff. It then turns to examine you. Perhaps. Or perhaps not. Depends on how helpful you can be. Name is Micaiah, but friends call me Misha. You and I, we are not friends, not yet. For his sins, old Misha's the only independent sky sailor in the Ornric Isles with genuine cargo permit for the Clockwork Kingdom. Misha grew up there many years, so he knows all the secret tricks to get your paperwork approved. But the Clockwork Kingdom is not an easy place to enter. Borders are closed, visitors are jailed. So, Misha's skills are in high demand. Current waiting time for the new clients is about 1 year. Can you get me to the Clockwork Kingdom? You're very funny. Cargo, yes. People, no. I am sure you clever customer like you knows. Entry to the Clockwork Kingdom is strictly forbidden. Of course. Where there is will, there is way, huh? Go on. Not with Misha, mind. Misha does everything above the board. But, if we are speaking in abstract, then philosophers do. If a traveller much like you were to give a sky sailor much like Misha a proper apostolic union passport, and perhaps, in theory, yes, arrangements could be made.
Union passport's quite a prize inside the Clockwork Kingdom, unless for entering, useless for entering, but nowadays most people wish to exit. So, philosophically speaking, perhaps this would be a fair trade.
What if I could pay you twice its worth in coin? I'll let you know if I find one.
Yes, you'll be back.
He sure rolls his eyes.
Oh, as your pestering reaches end.
About the thing. I'll let you, I don't have the time for this. What if I could pay? Okay, yeah. Alright, so I'll just get a second one for him. See how long that takes. I do know how to go and get one. Or at least I remember where we got the last one. Alright, let's get this activated. So we'll get working on that. So we can get over to a whole new area, but let's check out this dilapidated lovely place. Ooh, music change finally. Nice. Alright, Final Fantasy 1. Rustburg Market Town. Here lies the largest Emberian ruin to the Onric Isles. We trade in Underlands metal and Emberian antiques. Good save point there was nice to find. Good. I'm glad the music finally changed.
Now look here, this is my tree, and that's my loot, so get lost, you hear?
You know into the town?
You need to get into that big stone tower there, but there's two ways around, see? You can go the long way, with all the goblins and moss, or you can go the special way.
Can you tell me the special way?
Well, I guess you seem like an alright sort. When there were Wiccans living here, they hid the nearby bridge with magic. It's right there. But you can use a truth potion to see it. Lets you sneak past all the gobbos real good.
Okay, thanks. Okay, so there's a bridge here that leads to the thing. Or we can go fight a bunch of stuff along the way. And remember, the real adventure was the corpses we left along the way. Although I guess it would be fun to do a build where you do nothing and you have no magic, or you just have magic just so you have intellect to open doors. Definitely doing a no combat run of this is definitely possible. Gained herb wine. Alright, you get up there and that's a shortcut down. This is definitely a way to go, right? No? Huh. Damn, I thought that felt like exactly like a... Here's a secret passage. Elixir of Luck. A concoction that makes the user slightly better at everything by boosting their attributes for a limited time. Used heavily by the criminal gangs of Slev, they call it the Elixir Lucky, despite it being more of a magical stimulant. Notice to all. On this year, 1406, the town of Rustburg is hereby abandoned. But a decree of the apostases, no coin shall pass between hands here. Let this be a warning to all who harbor Wiccans and their vile gods. I was waiting for something to come rolling down that. Beautiful treasure. Got another skull. Is that enough for... No, not yet. Hey guys. Oh, nope, you guys are mad. Alright, well. Well, I'm getting a shot from up there. And pull you in here. Then we'll come after these damn archers. Bastard. Shoot somebody else. Oh, there's a lot of them there. Hold up. Let's see, will they come for me now? Fucking got you. Okay. Can't tell if these are the outlaws or just another faction who just happen to be here. I assume they're a different faction, maybe. This is a very big place to explore. And then you have the music jump scare. You think, oh yeah, that's right, the music must be cycled through, it's turned off, and then here it comes back again. Blast you with a Final Fantasy arpeggio. There we go. It's more fine ore. Well, first I have to find something that can be upgraded, because I upgraded my armor that I bought. That only used iron. There wasn't a fine variant of it. And I haven't found any other weapons. I mean, maybe the bow will use that to upgrade. Because I finally got one of those as well. Also, my stamina is about to hit me being exhausted. There we go. Let's not lose half my stats. Guard is dead. Foolish mage. This ain't no rusty sword anymore. This sword is fine. Is there a way to get back down? Because I know, like, some doors that are not open. Nah, not that way around. Damn, you went down too? Expected you to stay up for a second there more. But I believe... Oh, no, we need one more. However, this is a good time just to activate the shortcut. So now this will be activated if I go back down and forget to do it. Really enjoying this music. Ooh. Can you actually get to that? I don't think there's anything there, but maybe. The lift is already here. The lift needs a key. Is it taking me... Oh, it takes you across. Ooh, alright. So I need to find a quest or something that gives me a key to here. I know there's some other doors I haven't gone through either yet. This would just be to a room I've already been to, yeah. But no! Do not chuck me off. Damn. Alright, well. Phew. I'm glad that didn't hurt me. I was worried about death, and that was just like, nah, you'll be fine. Yeah, barred from the other side. But the other side looks to be up. And this was the first entrance. I tried to land on that, and that's also a block passage. There's some other way in there. Wonder if it's a magic passage, maybe. Nope, I'm not gonna worry about it that much. Need to come actually back here later when there's an actual quest. Or at least when I have the key that I need. Okay, so there's still something I need here to get that key to move over to that area. I need to get another Apostolic Union passport for the captain here. Which shouldn't be too hard. Unless I just can't get it in Quill again. Been here. No, already got all these. Yeah, this is the way I just came from. After I did the big castle bit over there. Alright, so I guess the only other thing is to keep going in the town over there. Was there more there that I needed to find over in the town? Or was there another side that I need to go to? Because I have the Apostolic Union place that they want me to put the god wants me to put his little seed. So probably just going past that finally. And that I've been up to. That's where I found the bell tower. Let's see if there's anything else up there before I continue moseying on along. I can also pay another 2 gold for a nap. Let's see the bow. Steel bow. Common, 20 damage. Yes, please. Many battle has ended before it truly began, thanks to a single arrow. And then fine ore gets it to a fine bow. Bows allow you to fight from afar, balancing speed and martial ability. Yeah, few things are more satisfying than a thunk of a well-aimed arrow, fired from a well-made bow such as this, finding its target. There we go. And then there's the Emberian sword for later. And an Emberian bow. Okay, so this only increases its damage by 3. And this increases its damage by 5. Not as big leaps as these ones were, but good enough. Yeah, the tattery ones. Thief armor. I don't know if it's a waste to upgrade these now. I don't want to use this good stuff either. But having all that extra agility or armor with that, I don't know if there's going to be better versions of that armor that we'll be able to find later, probably. But we'll probably also be able to get more silk too, so. Ah, yes, the teleporters. Ooh, maybe this is where it wants me to put the one thing. Let me get a drink and I'll be right back. She does not look up from her papers. Another loyal subject of the Apostolic Union. I must remind you that impromptu meetings which such as these may not exceed 10 ticks of the clock. Are you here to serve the Union, or is this another matter of, she sighs, livestock dispute? I discovered the god Pegith. I want to serve the Apostolic Union. I want to ask some questions. Actually, I think I'm in the wrong room. Goodbye. I want to serve the Apostolic Union. She looks at you finally. She looks at you finally? Finally? No. That's a weird way. How do you look at somebody finally? She looks at you. Willing subject of the realm. Excellent. We are hunting a god, and we need the help we can get. As you no doubt know, Hollowshire is beset with famine. The crops yields are poor, which aggravates a much greater problem, god worship. In their panic,
The populace have resorted to illegal prayer. Cultism is rife. The situation is so dire that the Inquisition division has been dispatched. Their scryers say that we're dealing with, she inhales, a Class B god entity. The investigation is forced on the farmlands outside of Hollow, but the Inquisition imposes apostolic law with a heavy hand. Many god sympathizers have already been put to the gallows, stroking anger. So I am turning to the populace for support. Even the most lowly of subjects could help uproot this problem. I have but one question: where is this god? Any assistance will, of course, be rewarded in coin. I'll see what I can do. Farewell. I actually know where to find it. And he did kind of do a weird thing at the village that's kind of making him still suffer. And I could probably get rid of him for that. And that would also have solved their problem, kind of. But there's a plague there, which could just be worse. I don't know. And you probably want me to hand over godlings. But, you know, I'm just going to go upstairs for a minute. Don't mind me. Definitely not placing any eldritch bug creature up here to stop you from being able to find him. The God Hunt. You conceal the aspect of Pageth in Hollow. It will bestow a curse on those nearby, allowing the cult of Pageth to operate unhindered. You should seek out Pageth. For those who wish to reward you, you feel a dread presence. They are close to you right now. It's fine. Alright, Pageth, you keep yourself safe. The people here can eat, and you did technically cure a plague, and you only asked for like 2 people to endure eternal pain, which honestly isn't that bad in the long run from an eternal god figure what you could have done. Oh, welcome. Although the fact that you needed more than one is kind of sus, you dick. Ah, welcome. This room is normally reserved for dignitaries visiting from Riova, but I understand the polymath has made an exception on your account of services to the Apostolic Union. The enchanted mask over there will grant a boon to your charm skill, should you acquire it. You should also help yourself to the amenities or rest in the bed out there. Just, would you please, remove your most elegant footwear? We wouldn't want to get mud all over the furnishings, now would we? Oh, cool. So, a bed I can just kind of hang out in, and a boost to my charm, I assume temporary. Although, have you seen my hat? Do you think I need more charm? I think not. Also, good luck on your god hunt. You'll need it. Oh.
Thank you, mortal. The aspect of myself has taken hold. My tendrils extend to the minds of all those nearby. Though I loom here, only the most faithful of my servants will see the truth. My presence is hidden from all else. Please take this meager gift as recognition of your services.
Gain leech of the truth and delusion.
Now that I am restored to a glimmer of my former power, the land can begin to heal. The crops will grow, the sick will be renewed, and in time, your mortal bodies will undergo a most glorious transformation.
Fine by me. I don't plan on hanging around here that much. I accept. I accept everybody else having to deal with this. You know what? Strength up again. Boop. Also. Charm skill buff. Temporary buff 2 could possibly resist you. Where's my charm at now? 65. Nice. Okay, the outlaws hate me now. Even though I gave them bonuses because I killed their people, now they hate me again. And now the Apostolic Union loves me again. Because I killed a bunch of outlaws, I assume. And now the Wiccans accept me because I protected the god. So, I do like how everything has affected, everything affects your reputation on this stuff. Let's see. I got 3 of those. Oh, Plague Fletchette. Shoots a tightly coiled bolt of
a cursed magic energy causing poison. The sublime power of Pegasus' curse has warped the spell far beyond its humble origins. But didn't I also get, like, some other thing? Or was that just an animation at the top of the screen? I thought it was like, maybe it's like a... here we go. Leech of Truth. Bonding with this squirming leech opens your eyes to the mysteries of the unseen and the illusionary, at a small ongoing cost of your mana. The glistening mouth parts of this creature at the base of your skull feel like a lover's lingering kiss. Okay, so what you're saying is the leech gives me, like, true sight. If I slap that shit in the back of my head. Okay, but it drains it pretty quickly, the mana. There you go. So, if I wanted to use True Sight, I don't need potions anymore. I can just attach the leech to the back of my head. Okay, there's no point in handing in more of the godlings, because I don't really need my... bumped up super fast. My reputation with them bumped up. You must purchase an airship deed before you can upgrade it. The man beams at you with a well-practiced hospitality. Greetings, friend! On behalf of the Winged Merchants Guild, I humbly welcome you to the airship dock of Hollowtown. I am the harbor master here. He opens a leather-bound book, revealing pages of elegant handwriting. Now tell me, will you be importing, exporting, or do you have customs to declare, or... He eyes you up and down, then swallows. Are you a member of the guild? Are you not? Of course, I must be missing my airship at home. He carefully closes the book, letting out an exasperated sigh. Well, I suppose I could spare some time to elucidate the curiosity of non-guild member, but please be brief, as these jetties won't manage themselves. How can I get my own airship? Well, I can assure you they are... He clears his throat. Rather expensive. We also cannot trade vessels with anyone who does not have a writ of permission from Riova, as a matter of the Union security, etc. I'm quite sorry. Alright, well then, farewell. Alright, so I guess we are continuing. Oh, yes, I need that passaporte. So I'm going to be going back to that one town and seeing if they can supply me with another, although it is a bit of a travel. I need to see if I can find one of those warp gates. I should be able to activate them now, so now I can go to different areas. Oh, it's also a hut there I haven't been to yet. Might as well. That looks like a skull. I need a mystic, which I don't have. Oh well. Have to find some way of getting that boosted up. Hopefully I can get that teleportation stuff working. If I can find more places to use it. Damn. I already looted him.
assume there's also going to be one in our home base area, so I definitely want to check there as well. Yeah, is there one of those things here in Quill? Probably not. Oh, I remember who I bought it from. In here, down here, you.
You again, eh? Well, what would it be?
Let's see what you have for sale. No. Your union passports, do they work? Okay. So, because she does not sell another one, means I cannot actually... Oh, that's right. You could use this as a warp to get to pull from the other place. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay, so it turns out that you can't just buy another passport. So I need to figure out a new way of getting a passport. Alright, well. Alright, so that's not going to solve itself until I can figure out a way to get him one. Although, maybe I could also try the option of paying them double, but even then, who knows. I'd rather try finding it. Unless I just can't find it, then I'll just pay them. So, I guess the best thing to do is I'm going to go back to the starting spot with our little castle here. See if I can activate a teleporter. So I can teleport back here whenever I wish. If I, know another place with one. Obviously. Oh. I find it very funny they still spawn down here. Yeah, I think one of these is going to be a sky ship at some point. Now, was there a warp device around here? I assume there would have to be one somewhere. Just maybe haven't seen it. Also, that new room I put in should be... Yes. Now, there's even more beds. Don't know why I need more beds, but I guess this is for people to stay. Oh, and I can decorate now. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Well, I can't change them. can't be changed either. Damn. So what was the point of the I mean, I guess some of these are decorations that are here because of the thing I did, I guess? I don't know. And that'll be the last one, but I need the special ore for that, so that's nothing right now. That's a save, though. Okay. So now it really is just going back to the other place and doing some exploring. Yep, I figured I did a stream earlier than normal, because yesterday I did a long time. So I figured today I'd stream for a long time too, probably. So I just wanted to start a bit earlier than normal. Okay. So now basically it's just go back to the newer areas I unlocked and do a lot more exploring over there. I did the thing with Pageth. I took his little godling thingy and stuck it on top of the Inquisition Tower. So now they can't find him. He'll help make the plants grow in exchange for slowly mutating the populace to look more like creatures like him. And I also poisoned the one guy's son in the castle, so he is now in eternal pain, so that the plague that affects his people and land doesn't come back. Is it good? Is it bad? I don't know. Sucks to be him, though. Alright. I shouldn't mess around too much. I'll just go right back to Pwill. That is the fastest way back to town. Until I can find another one of those teleporters that, you know, will let me warp. But I gotta run all the way back. Yeah, I can't get another passport from you, huh? Yeah, he just says his tea and his health potions and everything. I gotta stop hitting escape. I keep thinking escape is an easy way out of the menus, but it doesn't work that way. It's something that's like wrought into my brain at this point. Was I over to that? I think I was over to that, yeah. Oh, okay. Hello, loading. Oh God, have we loaded it in yet? I think I'm stuck. Okay, there we go. I was stuck in between two loading zones, and I stopped moving, and the game freaked out on me there. Okay. All right, so I did all the exploring over there. I'm pretty sure. So now I can do a bunch of exploring over here. That was on top of that. Ah, crap. Alright, I didn't make it. Now I need to find out. Okay. Easily. Gotta get back up. Good. You goblins can't stop me now. So I gotta find a good way of jumping that. Oh, there's a way up. Ooh. The creature looks at you with sunken eyes. It shifts behind its massive jaw. It appears physically incapable of lifting its head. Be still, human. Only those who embrace their wretchedness may claim their second self. Wait, what's the second self? Long ago, the goblins of this forest perpetrated a heinous evil. To this day, their kind still bears the burden of this guilt. So they carve themselves a new face in the form of a mask. When the goblins wear these, they appear to be altered. If it is by some magic or merely an act, I cannot say. We all carry some guilt, human. If you wish to acknowledge your own wrongdoings, you may claim a mask for yourself. Who are you? I am one of the last of my kind. Most of us were killed long ago, and those of us that survived are forever cursed. As you can see, I possess no grace. If I were to stand straight, my neck would snap. Moving even a small distance is difficult. But still, I breathe, and that is enough. I have found peace in this forest, and the goblins protect me. I have embraced my wretchedness. May I pass? You seem sincere in your presence. Very well. You may claim your second self. The door is open. Okay. He's just literally is just a giant head, but he does actually have a full body back here. I thought it was just a head popping out of the floor. Goblin mask. A chunk of wood shoddily carved to resemble a face. It allows one to entice more powerful foes. The goblins of Horrorshire can be seen wearing these crude things. When placed on one's face, a strange feeling comes over you, as if you were someone else. See, this is the power of the hat. This is the power of the extravagant hat, baby. He never would have let me pass if it wasn't for the hat. I think that's a lip up. There we go. Yeah, I was making jokes about that earlier too. It even says, though many in the apostolic union think themselves above petty superficiality, they will still be wooed by a person in a fancy hat. And completely scared by anybody in a ghastly gibbous. That's another house up there. That's probably another drawbridge. Let's see where it takes me. I know how to get to the Clockwork Kingdom. I just need to get another passport. The Endless Realm. Let's see what it takes to get to Undead Land. There's that flying drake. Let's see. Oh, okay, it's just a potion place. And a bed. Yeah, I don't have much at all, really. Okay, so yeah, there's a lot of things to click in here if I had any magical skill, but I don't. Wonder if it opens up any of these trees. Oh, sorry. Oh wait, no, I already got gold out of that. Never mind. Whoop. Alright, let's check on, like I said, check on their gates. See what it actually takes to get by. I guess that's because the Apostolic Union had a ton of technology stuff because they don't care about magic that much. So they had a bunch of more like giant hunks of robots that were still moving by magic, but it was more metal than anything else. That was probably what led to it. It felt a little bit like 40k, like Adeptus Mechanicus kind of stuff. Greetings! This here bridge leads to the kingdom of the endless. Nasty place full of suffering corpses. It is. The bridge is closed unless you're the bearer of a genuine Apostolic Union passport. So if you're not got one, get lost. I got a passport right here. Looks like you ain't got squat. Go on. Oh, did it get used up at the other bridge? Where can I get a passport? Mostly they're granted by higher-ups in the Union, inquisitors and conciliators and the like, but I heard there's a shop in Town that sells them for a hefty price. Remember that passports are single-use? Yeah, wild that. One passport grants you lifetime travel over one bridge, but not others. In-fucking-sane, by the way, buddy. That is insane. Alright, so I need to go and buy more I need to buy multiple passports. And I also need to be able to, if I have one, I can give it away to a guy who will let me get entry into another. So basically, I thought I only needed one more passport, and that was like a special thing. But no, you technically need a passport to get past to every new area. But one of them is slightly more difficult because you need to get a passport, give it to a smuggler. The smuggler then goes to the appropriate channels and gets you a special permission to pass. So you still technically need 3 passports, but exactly. I need multiple. I can passport. There's a reason why I named myself I can port, but not I can passport. Ah! However, that one bridge, huh? Are you kidding me? That bridge is mine to dominate forever now. It's also in the middle of nowhere where it doesn't really matter. But you really needed to get the passport to get by, or you couldn't have gotten past it. Or I could have, and I didn't realize that, but you know, who cares? Let's see what's up here. I also need to find my way to Town, wherever that is. You know what? I have a bow. Let's use it. Suck it, moth. You are nothing to me now. Not even a distraction. Damn, okay, where are we going? New landmark, acquired. Yeah, the thing just going. All I can say is it's taking some deep breaths. Okay, so I want you to put the microphone right next to your throat, okay? And then I want you to take deep breaths in. Do you want me to actually breathe it? No, I want you to choke on it. Okay. You want me to choke on breathing? Yes. That shall be the monster's pain to cry. The woman stands in full armor. As she tinkers with an assortment of junk, her head snaps around as you approach.
Looks like you're lost, wanderer. If you value your neck, I'd be lost somewhere else.
Wait, you're the Emberian, right? I'm looking for a Darkstar mercenary. Wait, you're the Emberian, right? She turns to you, grimacing, and shoulders her great sword with a clang.
Humph, another bounty hunter? As long as the last of you sods. As I told the last of you sods, I don't sail with the dark stars no more. But I can cleave you in two all the same.
Basalt sent me. We're on the same side. Oh, I want your help, not your head. You feel her gaze as she grips her sword.
Oh yeah, and why exactly would you need little old me?
I'm looking for Vela. We've got to stop her. I'm looking for Vela. I want to help her. If I don't find Vela, I'm dead. I'm looking for Vela. We got to stop her. Hearing Vela's name, she flinches.
Vela, I'm done with that devil, you hear? If you want to stop her, be my guest. Cut her to pieces. Sail the skyship into her corpse. Do it with my blessing. But I'll have no part of it.
Seems to me like you're scared of her.
Huh, scared?
She leans towards you, sword scraping against armor.
Damn right I'm scared, and you should be too. You think she's got reputation with stern words? I've seen her best a tavern full of ruffians with a good arm behind her back. I've seen her slice off the head of a void beast without breaking a sweat. I've seen her square up to a god. But she was also more than all that. She was a sister to me. I owe my life to that girl.
If she's such a devil, why do you idolize her? What happened between you?
She sighs. She found something. Before then, I thought, maybe we really could make the world a better place. But then, we found it, untouched for hundreds of years. A map, buried in some Emberian tomb, that pointed to something impossible. I told her to leave it, to not put her faith in an ancient cursed things. She promised me. But she led us to our doom anyway. Vela plunged the dark stars beneath the clouds with our best ships. our flagship and galleon both, in pursuit of an Emberian artifact that was more likely to end the world than save it. On that day, she was not my sister. As captain of the Black Goblin, I told my crew to fire upon their comrades. We splintered the hull and filled a ship with our cannons before we boarded and clashed swords. It was mutiny. Fratricide. Her fists are clenched, tight, trembling. But while I stalled her plans that day, I could not stop her. She twists her mouth to a grim smile. I never could. What was she trying to find? Something called the Cradle, buried deep in the Underlands. What it actually is, we don't know. But if Vela's right, it could be used to alter the very language of the cosmos. That means she could end poverty, suffering, even death itself. But she's more likely to end the world. The Emberians were known to meddle with the forces they couldn't control. She is a damned fool for chasing their accursed dreams. If you care for her, you have to find her. Do I? And what would you know of the matter? I sailed with Vela for years, while I've known you mere moments. What could you possibly know of our camaraderie? No. That chapter of my life is over. I will not chase that woman's dreams anymore. Not to help nor hinder. I have a pilgrimage of my own to tread. My own answers to find. Maybe I can help you. Or at least answer my questions. Maybe I'll leave you be. Maybe I can help you then. Aha! And what makes you think I need your help? I can handle myself just fine. Will you at least answer my questions? I'll hear them. I can't promise to give you answer and give you I can't promise to give them an answer. What are you looking for? She chuckles to herself. For a long time, I've had the strangest dreams of impossible cities that no mason could build, which twinkle with 1,000 tiny stars. I want to know if my dreams are real. And were you to find your answer? There's another Emberian ruin here, on the Auric Isles, even bigger than this one. But without the right key, it's sealed shut. And where would you get such a key? The type of key is rare. I paid a good sum of money for mine at the shop with the crystal spire in Hollowtown. But if you're thinking of following in my tracks, I think twice. That old Emberian ruin up by Rusford, yeah, that's the one I was just at before, is likely full of perils, and only get yourself killed. Is it true you're a real Emberian? She flashes a cynical smile. If you're asking if I'm 400 years old immortal who's been logging my sword around the sky realms, I'll have to disappoint you. But there are some truth to those rumors. I know my way around the old Emberian ruins. Some even feel like home. And yes, this is authentic Emberian armor. Pneumatics intact. This suit stopped a direct cannonball in the siege of Malovia, even if I did shit blood for a week. I've met Basalt. He's trying to help me find Vela. The old sea dog still going, eh? I half thought he'd drown himself with mushroom grog. To tell the truth, I always respected the man. He was with us from the beginning, and I don't think the Dark Stars would have gotten far without him. Right, well, I guess that's it then. She nods. Alright, I'll leave you be for now. She smirks. Something makes me think you won't give up easily, but I won't be staying here long. And for your own sake, don't bother following me. The place I'm headed isn't for the faint of heart, and if you try and track me down, I'd only have another foolish death on my conscience. Besides, without any one of these, she holds up an ancient Emberian key, you won't be getting very far. So, sod off, and leave me in peace. At the top of the bookstore? To get that working? Interesting. Okay, well, I've been to where she said, and I do know the key that she's looking for. I just, need to get the key. So I do know that.
So I guess the biggest thing is, so I really need to get to Undead Town or whatever the fuck it was called. Moldy Town or something. There's passports I can just presumably buy there. And now there's this key I need to buy as well. Okay. And my stats are about to drop by half, so I might as well just drink a stam potion. So I don't have to worry about losing a bunch of those. Okay. So I've crossed that. Sounds like she'll be leaving as well. But I don't have enough. I definitely need to find something that increases my mystic. Or I could just start leveling up and increasing my intelligence. Because there are some things that I need to have the mystic sense to activate. Because one of them seems to be the top of that one bookstore. But I need magic for that. Because it's not a door I can lockpick. So. And that isn't Hollow Town, right? Oh, that is Hollow Town. Okay, so I can get the key there. But it sounds like I guess I can't buy it. I'm going to have to find it. You know what? I'll still talk to them anyway and see if I can just buy it. Maybe it's in the magic store. I think that's the only store I haven't been in. Okay, I didn't know that the one with the skull is Hollow Town. Also need to find more passports there, I guess. Oh, that's right, the one guy also had cargo he wanted me to recover, but I don't remember where it was. Yeah, there's definitely more map there, but let's just do this. Yep, there he is, hanging out. Yeah, that. Looking for an Iberian key. Looking for an Iberian antiques, are we? Well, I've certainly come to the right place. I have a small collection of bits and pieces, from the relatively modest, he holds up a rusty piece of junk, to the downright exquisite, holds up another piece of junk. What's with all the rusty junk? I need a key to open a nearby ruin. Ah, yes, I often get requests for keys. There are plenty of old Iberian ruins that, despite being hundreds of years old, have proved impervious to spelunkers and scavengers. So, would-be treasure seekers pin their hopes on a key,
But there are innumerable old keys and innumerable old doors, and I tell most budding tomb raiders actually opening one would be a matter of astounding luck. Although, there was a woman that came by not too long ago who seemed to know exactly what she was looking for. What did she buy? She bought a key. She described this key in a very specific detail. Do you have another one of those keys? He rummaged around in a box of assorted metal parts. Aha! You are in luck, my friend. This Emberian key seems remarkably similar to the one I sold not too long ago. Of course, what with this one being in high demand, I couldn't let it go for less than 20 coins. Okay. There you go. Splendid, splendid. Here you are. In remarkable condition, I'm sure you'll agree. Personally, I always wanted to test one of those Emberian ruins up in Rustburg. I have a hunch my previous customer had the same idea. 20 coins, considering how many I have? Yeah, I don't even care if you're ripping me off. Just take it. Bone key. A key made of chiseled down bone. When placed to the ear, a very quiet voice can be heard. Seek the swamp, it seems to say. Seek the shell that points to the sky. You know what? I'll buy that. False mustache. Hey, okay, and another Union passport. Bring a stone skin. I already have one of those. False mustache. Oh, no, sorry. It's false monstrance. This preservance tangle of cheap silver wire is formed into a strange rune that fills the enticed with deeper fervor and ferocity for their false cause, driving them the power with increased. Okay, so this is if you have this equipped and you use the magic that makes people fight for you, it will make them stronger. Okay. Keeping all the rest of my abilities. However, oh yeah, at night time I'll be able to go up there. So I will be taking a nap. However, I got 2 more books to read. The World Wren by Joan Toussaint. 1206. The World Wren. Though it has long passed into the distant memory, it is still spoken of in hushed tones by nervous speakers. For who cannot still dread the cataclysm that leveled our cities, purged our wisdom, and sent us fleeing into the sky? There are none alive who remember stable ground underfoot. Generations have lived and died on these continents adrift, steered on by fickle winds. To look below, under the world's surface, is to witness a seething hell. Few who visit that wasteland return, and those who do are cursed a painful death. And yet, what do we truly know of the World Wren? Rumors? Heresy? Legend? It is the most important historical event, yet it remains a mystery. The Emberians, whose civilization reached its peak at the dawn of this terrible new age, stored all their wisdom in magical cipher. Their technology was made inert by the Rend. Everything was lost. We know more about the kings and queens of the Middle Ages, thanks to their humble quills, than we do the Emberians. And so, in this age of ignorance, do I strive to collect what fragments of truth I can glean. My own quill may yet prove a more powerful instrument than a century of Emberian technology. The World Wren occurred in the year 984. What we even still use the old calendar is a miracle of the Chronos Guild. For the slow-turning neuron star of old Wicca, upon which the clocks of old were set, was destroyed in the event. Most accounts depict the Wren as a flash of magical energy. It engulfed the world, searing its surface and destroying every city and every settlement found below. Only those few people survived, outcast and adrift on the islands of the sky. Because the Emberians shunned the instability of the flying continents, few other outposts existed here, and in permanent irony, those who were outcast from Emberian civilization, the Wiccans and the Endless, to name but 2, suddenly outnumbered their old rivals, and thus the last remnants of Emberian civilization were torn apart by their enemies. But from the ashes, new societies emerged. Survivors banded into groups and rebuilt the best they could.
Emberian technology proved useless, so a new generation of humanity rekindled old knowledge. Houses were raised of brick and stone. Magic spells were relearned with simple cipher. The Wiccans and their gods found power anew, and their covens were built in every city. Now, as I write from the thriving realm of my own, I cannot help but smile at our accomplishments. But it is a smile tinged with sadness, for we still toil in shadow of that terrible cataclysm. We still bear the trauma of the world rend. The Wiccan Tyranny by Nelios Conscius, 1436. There was a time, before the God War, when every human settlement on these flying isles was built around a Wiccan coven. From Vena to Slev, they enforced worship, demanding prayer to their gods, and so did those old gods grow in power once more, under the flag of Wiccan tyranny. That the Apostolic Union succeeded in overthrowing this tyranny, in casting down those gods, is a miracle we're celebrating. I am old enough to remember Wiccan rule. Every spell, every letter or cipher was controlled by the covens. What magic was permitted changed from realm to realm, as each coven's god had its own fickle whims. Not since the Middle Ages, when the gods ruled supreme, has human development been so stunted. And since the Union gained its freedom, look at the advances we have made. Airships soar through the clouds. Lowly scribes cast spells of swiftness and strength. Our cities throb with wealth and progress. No longer must we barter with gods for the merest enchantment. Humanity rules its destiny, like the Emberians of the past. And yet, there are those in our midst who would see it all torn down. Outside Union borders, the Wiccans and their gods are more powerful than ever. Their spies and priests still lurk in every corner of the Union, some even hidden and protected by our own traitorous citizens. And despite these dangers, what do we discuss in our councils? Reform? Softer punishments for god worship? I call this foolishness of the highest regard. Many know of Beatrice Webb. She has made quite a name for herself here in Riova. She attests that our methods are too harsh, that god worship should be punished with a mere fine, and that censure of tech should be ended, bringing about a freedom of the quill. I argue that such things would, in no uncertain terms, bring about the destruction of the Apostolic Union. It is only by a hair's breadth that we can stay ahead of our many enemies. The Wiccans would see our realms torn apart, our magical progress abolished, and the rule of the gods reinstated. Nay, our punishments are not too harsh. They are too soft. I would see Wiccan sympathizers hung before I bow to another god. I am old enough to remember Wiccan tyranny, and I would die before I see it reinstated. I mean, I can understand some of this guy, but part of me doesn't trust him. Like, we all know the gods always have a price to pay for what they do. But so is the Apostolic Union so far, and acting like, oh, it's actually terrible and awful back then. Imagine how much they were ruling over everything. By the way, let's censor a bunch of stuff and mass murder people. It's like, wait a minute here. I think you just like your own tyranny. Okay, well now it's nighttime. Let's see if we can activate the thing on top. No keeping me out now, buddy. Unless you've got a magic lock, then I probably will be kept out. Ooh, free skull. Was that it? Definitely not, right? It said I could light the beacon on top of this place. Maybe that just means that later it will be lit. Or maybe it was just saying that the key for there was in this building with the
But yeah, there's nothing else here. Well, I'm pretty sure I have the key. And I also have a passport, so I can either go to the undead place. You know what? I'm gonna be heading over there anyway. I might as well just hand in the skyship and we go to the mechanist place. The technology people. Was there a teleporter back at that town? I don't remember. I think there was a teleporter at the place I wanted to go. But so far I need to find a good spot for one of those teleporters to be at. Because so far the only ones I have are I think the ones at the ruins I'm going to now. And then at the Mage Academy. What is that? The supple fruit rejuvenates you. Oh, because I brought the god back, he's making the land grow again. So now there's fruits around. Cool. That's nice. There are actual effects happening here. The villagers' mouth is smeared with glistening juices, their chins smeared with flecks of richly colored fruit. Look, try some. There's enough for everyone. He takes another bite. More than enough. So much, so good, so filling. Well, I hope you enjoy your giant queen ant bug slime. Because that's where I got it from. Hey, the skyship taking off. That's what the sound was. Well, that's nice. It actually is. You can like a big visible change in the land. You even get a bonus just for doing it. They're all going to slowly transform in a bunch of years, but you know what? Who cares? They were living that way for a long ass time anyway, and it didn't like instantly turn them. It just like slowly over generations mutated them slightly less humanish, but who cares? Who cares if you grow an extra tentacle or not? At least you got food. About that beer I owe you. We now discuss this. Bring Misha a proper apostolic union passport, and perhaps arrangement can be made. Funnily enough, I have a union passport right here. Finally, we're having a serious conversation. Misha will make sure it finds a good owner. Oh, perhaps you are thinking, what if this dashing yet enigmatic sky sailor is just common crook? What if he takes my shiny passport and throws me overboard? You do not have so little faith in Misha. He hands you a crudely drawn parody of an apostolic union passport. Show this authentic travel document to the royal factor in the city of Ferropolis. After we land, good friend of Misha's, she will make sure you can cross Gate Bridge in future. If you wish to fly with Misha again, just find a skiff on the other side of the flash of the passport. Upon Misha's life, you will have safe passage. How do I find this royal factor? Once you are inside the kingdom, Ferropolis cannot be missed. Big city on stilts, yes. Just outside the city gate, there's a checkpoint with guards. You will find her there, lounging in some fancy office. Thanks, I'll keep it close. Are you ready for the voyage? Are we leaving soon? Actually, need a little bit of minutes. Oh, time. We always think we have so much time. Well, you have time. I got stuff I want to do, so. You're going to have to make time waiting for me.
'Cause I'm pretty sure I have the key to that elevator thingy. And I want in. Or over, or whatever. Oh, hello loading zone. And hello new music again. Oh, the monsters are back there already? Let me put on the leech. There you go. Now it should show me the extra bridge. Yep, right there. Use the Iberian key. Now, the Iberian might end up being here. She did say this is where she was gonna go. Maybe if I do stuff here, I'll get her to finally join me back at the place. One thing that I've learned here, there's always little things around the corners. Oh, speaking of which, there she is. The Iberian breathes heavily, leaning on her sword. I could tell you were a persistent one, though I have to admit I didn't think you'd make it in here. Still, you're lucky I got here first. These synthetics would have torn you limb from limb, she grins. I came to help you. I won't give up until you help me. What a surprise. This is pure coincidence. Came to help you. She chuckles. I don't need your help, and I know you're only after mine, so the answer's still no. Now, stay out of my way. Behind that door are answers I seek. I've just got to catch my breath. Well, if you want to go that way, you go that way. I'm opening random doors.
Oh, there. It opens for her. Nice. The Emberian kneels, head bowed, sagging beneath the weight of her armor. Her body convulses. After a moment, you realize she's quietly sobbing. Hearing your approach, she falls silent. You okay? You catch a faint smile.
Not really. You know, she found me in one of these places. In one of those coffins. It was Vela. She was 8 years old when she pulled me out of that machine, coughing up ancient fluids. I couldn't have been much older. Nothing to explain who I was, how I got there. Just an inscription on that vat which read, Orleif. Or so that's what they called me. And so I was born to this world. I was lucky. Vela's father took me in and schooled me like his daughter. But I never found anyone who could explain my strange birth. I never found anyone like me. I thought this place might be different from the others. I thought it might explain something. But it's just another dead end.
So you really are an Emberian.
Who can say? Perhaps, before the world ended, I was raised by a loving family who thought I'd be safe here. Or maybe I'm just a child of machines and magic. I'll never know for sure. I understand that now. But though none of these rusted tombs have given me answers, each one has fueled my anger. The Emberians threaded their needle through the world, altering its tapestry to their whims. And for what? The more I learn, the more I see their greed, their self-interest, their lust for power. And in the end, it destroyed them. It destroyed our world. Scholars can debate over scant evidence for an age, but who doesn't feel the thirst in their guts? 400 years ago, the Emberians caused the world to end with their feckless ambition. That is their legacy, and I feel the weight of their sins.
But how could you change that? Those Emberians are long gone, but their guilt is not yours to bear. So this is why you turned on Vela? So this is why you turned on Vela?
You're right.
She sighs.
At first, I thought Vela would simply listen to me. We had often plundered harmless Emberian relics, while leaving that which seemed unstable or dangerous. Why should this be any different? But the map we found, and the artifact it promised, they rekindled something in her. A passion, an ambition that could not be quelled. She was determined to change the world, even if it meant dooming it.
She unfurls her hands, staring at them.
So what options did I have left, other than my sword? I spilled the blood of my friends, my family, and still I failed.
You've not failed. Not yet. Together we'll finish what you started. Perhaps we can stop Vela without more bloodshed. Vela's trying to save the world. Let's help her together. Perhaps we can stop Vela without more bloodshed.
So what? You want to sail over the most notorious cutthroat in the Skyrims and ask her nicely?
She chuckles.
I like it. I've survived more foolish plans, and I'm done sifting through the rusty tombs anyway. Maybe if we really can stop her, this wouldn't have been all for nothing.
It's settled then. She nods.
I'll help you. I'm the only other person in the Skyrims who saw the map Vela's following, so I know where to find her. But we'll need others. I heard you captured Vela's old fortress, the Blinding Light. I'll make my way there. Oh, and thank you.
That's a cool story. I actually really like that. The reason why she's helping us now, I really like this explanation for that. She was held in stasis and they found her when she was a kid. glorious treasure. Now, I know there's another door here. It only opened from one way. So the real question is how do I get around to open up that door? Also, I can apparently level up. Which... my might's at 7. Guile's 4. I know I did say I need to start putting some points in wisdom to hopefully get enough to start interacting with magical objects. Or at least slowly start doing that. So I'll put 1 point into my wisdom. I'll probably put it in Guile next time to get my agility and lockpicking up a little bit higher as well. Let's see, is this... nope, but it is a potion. Yeah, this game has been very, very enjoyable with the writing as well. Like, to regular NPCs, to the way the story's going right now, I really do like this a lot. Door's barred from the other side. There's got to be some way of getting around to the other side. Let's see, I was already down this side to the left. After I found the godling. Must be a secret passage or something then. Question is, where would it be? I have more points in Guile because the theme goes with everything. Yeah, I don't see anywhere from in here unless one of these is actually a gate. But I don't think so. So there must be something else that's here later. Or maybe a way you connect back here. Or that's just there just to be there and make you think the building's bigger. And there's more actually here, but there's not really. Okay. Alright, now we can go back to the guy, and we can go to the Mechanist area. There's still some more here to explore, but we can go to a different area for a while. I believe it was like right here. Nope. Well, I guess you needed true vision. Otherwise it doesn't actually exist. But wait, why am I this far over here? Wait, why am I this far over here? Why? Why would I be this far over here? Ugh, gross. Fine, I'll run all the way back. Ugh.
That sucked. I knew there was the invisible bridge there. I was hoping it would still be there whether I knew it was there or not, but I guess not. I should just went the normal way around. Damn it. Well, at least now I know if that works or not. If there is an invisible bridge, it's actually intangible. No, I guess I'm just taking a nap here, right? Yeah. Okay. That's in. Now we just zoom back around and we'll take the flight to the next city. New map, here we come. Oh, wait for this. I want to go put my lights on. That spoon. Grabbed a quick snack as well. 1 second, let me just load up. There we are. I was there, was I not? That little mine cart? No, I don't think I was. How do I get to that then?
No, that's where I was. So there's the mine thing is just across there. No, I keep sliding down it. How do you get to that then? Must be some way. Because that wasn't jumpable. Definitely a secret to get up there then. Oh, we're not going to worry about that now. Let's go, Captain. Light the sail of Clockwork Kingdom. Only 4 rules of flying with Misha. 1. Do not lean over the side. 2. Do not feed the jellyfish. It is not your friend. 3. Do not vomit in boat. Last rule, Misha never goes inland in the Clockwork Kingdom. Once you leave Misha's land in sight, you're on your own. Oh, ready for today's exciting voyage? Let's go. Why do you never go inland? None of your business, Pinhead. Alright, let's go. Ooh, there's something even farther out over there. That's where we just were. Although I do like this game's reason for why there's borders. It's not just a random mountain that's a border. It's literally like, yeah, this is how we live on flying islands. That's why there's your border. Shut the fuck up. Mikhail looks off towards the mountains with an unreadable expression, then shakes his head. Well, here we are. Home shit home. Or what is left of it. Since Misha never goes inland, this is where we part. Misha will not ask your business, and it is best you do not tell. But if you wish to cross the gate bridge, speak to the royal factor. When you get to Ferropolis, keep your head down and trust no one, understand? You do not wish to be tangled in mechanist intrigue. Thought you said you could always sail with you. Mommy, where to find? I shouldn't linger. Always plan, do not die, yes. And save. Just in case something dumb happens. Change is a force that sweeps through the sky realms unhindered. None can escape it. The Wiccans try to resist and will ground to dust. But for some, the maelstrom of change is like wind for their sails. In the aftermath of the God War, the sky realms had a chance to choose their own masters. But here in the Clockwork Kingdom, that was not enough. Their cipher scribes and mechanists committed to build their monarch from metal and magic. It was to be a realm where any common laborer could draw on the power of a god, where every belly would be full, But to embrace such drastic change is to also to roll the dice of fate, and the denizens here have found their luck wanting. So what do you think, stranger? Though their people lie rotting in the barren fields, was it noble of them to try to reach for the heavens, despite the risks? You should always try to be better no matter the cost. Idealism is well and good, but not when lives are at stake. I'd rather leave such dilemmas to the ruling classes. Yeah, no, we're not choosing the bottom one. Yeah, we should always try to be better no matter the cost. She nods. A noble sentiment for sure, but the road to radical change is slippery with blood, and reality is never as sweet as our dreams. Well, we don't even know what went wrong. Like, did they just make a mechanical king and it went bad? Did it just not work? Is this just like... is this gonna be like, oh, well, it's actually a story of pollution, like it worked, but the magic script drained the land of energy or whatever. I don't know what broke or why it doesn't work here. And until then, can't really make a judgment. Oh, those things we're wondering about. I wonder if I'm actually gonna have to fight them. Well, I mean, we'll find out in a second, I guess. This old peasant is murmuring and muttering to themselves, occasionally crying out. As you approach, they suddenly fall silent, and apprehension creases their wizard face. Hello, who is that there? What manner of thing are you? Come closer if you're not corrupted. Or is it my Lars? Back again to show the old fool mercy. No need to fear, I'm just a traveler. The contemptible, they contemplate this. Their eyes roving over and past you. Evidently, they are blind. Not many travelers these days, no. Borders barred and locked to the barn door, so either you're a criminal or something worse. Oh, the yards had no visitors for months. No. None like you, at least. Perhaps there are none left. Ah, cruel winter, why dost thou mock thy sovereign? O Lars, whither and have thou flown? Where did all the people here go? Two bright lamps of warm fires, yes. To lock and key and warding sign. For Oporis, that's where they all went. Stilted and guarded, not to be corrupted, safe in the arms of our king. But old Yard stubborn, see? Stubborn as a rock. Worked this farm since year zero or thereabouts. What cares I for sleet or snow, monsters or machines? The king shall protect this house, or all for naught. The old farmer lapses into silence, occasionally muttering something inscrutable. How long has winter been going on now? Day after day it snows, week after week and month after month. Poor Yard can't sow, can't reap, can't grow. Someone ought to tell the king, but who hears Yard? Only winds and wisps have been his guests. Since the Lars fled. The old farmer lapsed into silence, occasionally muttering something to himself. Alright. So that's why crops aren't growing here. It's just eternal winter. Okay. Was there ever a former Darkstar mercenary around here? Dark a star, eh? Surely a creature of night. Beware, oh thrice beware, those who follow such heavenly sirens. Star-crossed are they, faring for the fate that's written in the sky for all to save them to read. The name rings a bell, but the temple's ruined. Come back last year or last a decade, when the spires still gleamed and songs of joy still echoed under the gardens. The Oracle Farmer laughs in the silence, occasionally muttering something to himself. Take care, old one. So soon to leave old Yard in this tod. Ah, but you've been here before, and here you'll be back again, not long, no. The old farmer's hand finds your own and gives it a gentle squeeze. You leave Yod murmuring to themselves, or to something you can't see.
Aha, I'm stealing an old blind farmer's throwing knives. His most prized possession. And his arrows. Ha ha ha. Even if everything is fixed, he'll never be able to shoot again. Ominous bottled vision. A perfect copy of a single vivid dream. These lurid fantasies are subject to feverish mortal debate in the Union. This one is by B. Morozov and contains scenes of surreal divinity and moderate dread. There is more to this. Oh, that's just one part of the house that's just floating up there. Okay. Alright, well, I do want to go to Ferropolis too. I assume that might be it. Let's see. Are these things gonna on attack mode? I assume they are. No? Okay. It is. Okay, never mind. Ow. Attention all citizens. In response to recent outages by the vile saboteur, Its Majesty's servants are conducting a security operation in this district. Anyone found in violation of this order shall be presumed an agent of saboteur and treated accordingly. Long live the King. Century 0, year 27, month 6, day 45. Gain poison shuriken. Their eyes go wide as they see you, and they make some kind of occult sign with their hand. The King's mercy, how did you get past the wards? They grab a frying pan from a nearby shelf and brandish it unconvincingly. Stay back in the name of its majesty. I abjure thee. You have no power here. I'm not here to hurt you. They slowly lower the pan. You're not one of them, are you? You're actually traveling out here. Oh, please, your majesty, please watch over this brave soul.
Who did you think I was back there?
Perhaps a rogue myrmidon, bewitched by the saboteur to disobey the king. Or perhaps even a corrupted one. One of the landship workers told me it's spreading hereabouts. I hear them, you know, clawing and hammering at my door every other night. Sometimes it's like they're knocking. Sometimes they say things, but I don't listen. I know it's all lies.
They grimace.
Just mind yourself out there, alright?
What do you do here?
I'm one of the few farmers left out here. I mind the machines, parse the orders from Ferropolis, clean the crystal heads, and watch out for thematic spillage. Only the machines have gone haywire, and we can't plant for all the snow. Its Majesty must have a reason for this winter. I only wish someone would tell us what it is.
They grimace.
Just mind yourself out there, right?
Best of luck to you. That's a big thing. How does one get inside said thing? Falling down and jumping around? Probably not. Anyway. Let's see, does this take me to Ferropolis, or is it going to be like up there? Oh god, they have cannons. Okay, they're fragile though. They probably hurt. And that's a big roaming. Cool. Hopping on. Whoop. The worker shouts at you at the top of their lungs.
Right, let's get to work. Hand me that pneumatic lance and then you're going under the floor.
What are you talking about?
Hey, what is he?
I said what?
What? Speak up, eh?
I don't work here. They wince.
Things guess. There's no need to shout.
They do not look up from their work.
Stay where you are. Don't move. Not one more inch.
Why not? What's wrong?
Patterns, resonances, all wrong, very delicate, easily disturbed.
Order in chaos, chaos and order. No good, no good. I must really explain the basics. I'm afraid I don't really understand. The land ship runs on precise cipher mathematics, magic numbers, infinitely multiplied. Any contradiction can throw the balance as long as ye abroad. Yeah, part of it. Does the cartwheel leave this post and go strolling on through the engine? They seem to suddenly realize something, then glance up at you sharply. No! What should I do? Speak only in even-numbered words. When walking, only step on every second floorboard. No more, no less. Do not tread on the cracks. Do not envision the color mauve. And only turn your body left, never right. If you really must turn right, just turn left till you face the way you want. I'll just leave you on then. Even numbers! Damn your eyes! Even! This worker is creating a hand-rolled cigarette. As they graze out at the farmlands, their voice is slow and hollow. Beautiful, isn't it? From this distance you can barely even tell. They sigh deeply. You're weeks late, you know. Not that it matters. We need 20 people to turn this thing properly. So what difference does one more or less make? You mistaken me for someone else. You're not the new crew member. Then you must be from Ferropolis. We asked for a real mechanist, someone qualified to meddle with the king's magic. I suppose I shouldn't be surprised they sent you. No offense. Wrong again, want to try a third time? Actually, I'm trying to get to Ferropolis. No, well, never mind. You're not really allowed to be here. But they reassigned the last militia last month. Said he was needed in the city in case of unrest. So I can't be bothered to stop you. So, who are you anyway? I suppose I'm the captain here. At least since Bogdan's clock ran out. Technically, his title was Senior Crew Chief, Landship the Third. Though I still haven't officially been promoted to replace him. Honestly, I'm not even sure the king knows he's dead. Anyway, what does it matter? Nothing to be done. What is this place? Building? Machine? They smile without mirth. Land the ship. One of those mechanical marvels our kingdom is so famous for. Think of it as a portable workshop and factory. The king sends us wherever we're needed most. For the last year, we've been helping with food production, threshing, winnowing, packaging, all of that. Not that there's much to be done as long as this winter keeps going. But if you imagine we can relax, you don't know this kingdom. No, we still have targets to meet and drills to run and meaningless make work to perform. Sometimes I think the king just hates to see us not looking busy. Yeah, you gotta keep that time off task to a minimum, how dare you. Anyway, what does it matter? Nothing to be done. I'll leave you to your thoughts. Alright, there's some way to that door. Probably, yeah. That is probably opened if you can do that, but I don't have enough knowledge for that. Okay. Alright, hopping off the wild ride. And that you need to be up to get to. Okay. However, up is where I can go.
I guess the music's trying to go back in a re-loop. There it is. The Library of Untruth. And this way to Quill. Home to Quill Village. Oh. Is this where if I get the drawbridge I can go back to? Ooh, this is the tougher one. Gotcha. Yeah, that's definitely the drawbridge. Okay. But I can't get past any of those without the full permission. Okay. Let's at least stop at the library. And then we'll definitely get the Ferropolis and not get sidetracked again a million times. This woman is in the late middle age, perfectly inconspicuous except for her bright red lipstick. She looks, and the monocle. She looks up from the stack of papers to inspect you through half-moon glasses. She has a monocle. Where the fuck are these glasses and lipstick coming from?
Can I help you, dearie? Do try to keep your voice down. The mechapeds are provoked by sound.
Did you say mechapeds? You hear mechanical chittering from the ceiling.
A little quieter, please, dearie. They stay snuggled away most of the time, but if we make too much noise, they'll come scurrying out hungry for blood. Now, can I help you find anything?
What is this place exactly?
A rather dreary archive, I'm afraid. Run by blessed Mechanicus Guild. Before the God War, this was a chapel to one of those dreadful Wiccan deities. Now it stores official records for the Clockwork King, most of which will put you straight to sleep.
Do you get many visitors, so can I look through your records?
That depends, dearie. Documents can be accessed from the reading room upstairs, as long as you have the right paperwork.
What kind of paperwork do I need?
Usually we'd want a specific permit from the Clockwork King for whatever records you wish to see. Occasionally, Its Majesty would grant general permits, but we don't see those too often. Does that all make sense, dearie?
Well, I understand.
Any other questions?
Do you know anything? Do you have anything about Darkstar mercenaries? She consults a ledger.
Let me see. You're in luck, dearie. We have an issue of the Royal Dispatch that mentions that group. It's public material, so you don't need any permit. You'll find it in one of the lectures in this room. Just try not to tamper with it, Otherwise, the Mechapedes will be very angry. Any other questions?
That's all I needed to know.
Did you need anything else, dearie?
I'll stop making noise and leave you alone. However, I could go upstairs and fight some of your Mechapedes for you. Free piece of iron. Oh, the Mechapedes are even higher up. And I can't access that until... Okay. Well, you kept warning me about the Mechapedes, but apparently they're upstairs behind a locked door, so... Unless they just start crawling through the holes in the ceiling, I think we're fine. Dispatch number 486. Trader Frost dead at last. The infamous trader Caxton Frost, an esteemed archaeologist who spurned the Clockwork Kingdom to become a barbarous outlaw, has officially been declared dead by its Majesty the Clockwork King, thereby turning the final page upon a catalogue of villainy so base as to shock and astound the patriotic citizen. In a proclamation dated year 27, month 4, day 31, so about 2 months ago, I think, Its Majesty, or maybe a year and a month, 2 months ago, His Majesty ordained that although no remains have yet been recovered, reports of Mr. Frost's deaths are now sufficiently numerous, and royal augury sufficiently concordant to establish a high degree of likelihood that the scoundrel is no more. Born in the 16th year, Ante Rex to Canton Frost, nee Spatchcock, a shipwright formerly of Lundell, a Gloria Frost, an armsmaker likewise of Lundell, in what is now Progress, Listrick Oblast, Mr. Frost excelled at both archaic letters and modern sciences. Following intensive studies in Bayonne, he became a pioneer of the new school of techno-archaeology, by which these two disciplines were combined, so that the wonders of the ancient world may be resurrected for the advancement of all humankind. Among Mr. Frost's most marvelous adventures were the discovery and inventory of the wreck of the Crimson Library, the recovery of the so-called Embalmer's Testament from the tomb of the charlatan god, the conclusive identification of an ancient weather divination shrine in the Breathless Lands, the functioning restoration of the menagerie of Emberian animal automatons, and several perilous excavations upon subnubular islands, some at altitudes as low as 200 fathoms. Though frequently courted by ladies of the kingdom, he insisted that his love was only for his country, by which device he deterred many admirers, while making others only more ardent. In the year 16 of the Clockwork Era, at the age of 33, Mr. Frost was named a hero of the Clockwork Kingdom for his leadership of the royal expedition to the Underlands, said honor also being awarded posthumously to his chief arthurialist, Magda Chowhurdy. See dispatches passing. Despite catastrophic and unforeseeable impairment of the craft and experiment, which is now suspected to have been an early exploit of the hated saboteur, Mr. Frost and Dr. Chowhurdy prevailed in salvaging the expedition with minimal casualties, and carried back many prizes of lost Emberia, including diverse idioms used for ritual purposes. Alas, scarcely 2 years later, Mr. Frost would repay those honors by defecting to the defeatist entity known to its dupes as the Apostolic Union, and soon afterward making covenant with a band of ruthless sellswords known as the Dark Star Company, among whom he was known as the Professor. 'Twas said by former colleagues that he had been envious of the riches awarded by the entity to its most loyal minions, and oft complained for want of such baubles. However, his defection availed him little, for the largest fortune ever attached to his name, his bad name, was the price posted upon his head by the polymaths of the entity, which in time grew sufficient for the Archduke's ransom. Among his crimes were accounted the robbery of priceless treasures from the Astral College in Bayonne, the slaughter of hostages at the siege of Saracolo, and the sinking of the merchant freighter Popinjay, with many innocents aboard. Disunity being the inevitable wage of ambition, the Dark Stars at last turned upon each other, with many slain by the fraternal blade, and the whole company presently scattered to the winds. Therefore, nothing more was heard of Mr. Frost, save sundry reports that he had been murdered by his partners in depravity, possibly due to a dispute over the affections of their leader, Vela Colossae, with whom Mr. Frost is said to have been infatuated. The proclamation of month 4, day 31 will permit Mr. Frost's remaining family to claim a royal pension that was hitherto denied them, for its Majesty has further determined, following a rigorous investigation, that they bore no blame for their wayward relatives' misdeeds, and therefore warrant an exception to the usual rule that no citizen may profit from the actions of a traitor, notwithstanding any countervailing evidence that may emerge thereafter.
Mr. Frost is survived by his older sister Maggie, and by his younger twin sisters Liberty and Audacity. This week's commendations. The Citizens Literary Commendation is awarded every fortnight to the first 6 readers to send a correct solution to a regular word puzzle. For dispatch number 485, Pub Century 0, year 27, month 4, day 24, the winners in order of receipt were as follows: Hester Chatterjee, Marduk McGuire, J. Jacksmere Jarboe, G. Meerskin, Carmen Q. Lascrew, and O. Meerskin. The puzzle setter was administered by Wu Jr., chronologist. NB. Members of the Blessed Mechanicus Guild may send in their solutions to be checked, but are not eligible for accommodation. Alright, well that gave that entire guy's history. So, he probably found out that she had that map, or maybe she came to him because she found the map and wanted his help in finding where it meant to go. And then he was like, yep, alright, fuck it, I'll help you go find this cradle thing. And the Clockwork King was like, no, you're my guy. You're my guy. Although I guess they did blame him for all the other things the Darkstar mercenaries did. Some silk, please. Thank you. So you know how I said I wasn't going to have any more distractions and we're going to go right to the town? Obviously that was a lie. Get fucked. Because who knows? I might not be out here again. I have to explore it now, obviously. Ooh, what is this? Oh, it's one of those bombs. Okay. That's it? It's just a bomb? Nothing else? Oh well, I guess that was that hit there. Awful long way to go just to find out there's nothing here. Oh. I'm so full of lockpicks, and I can't pick up any more. Yet any door that I can see that I can just break down, I just break it down. Nice. Mechanical lockpick. An ingenious device for the handling of lockpicks will prevent lockpicks from breaking if the attempt nearly succeeds. The device bears the stamp of the Clockwork Kingdom and is likely produced in one of their factories. Oh boy! Just what I needed. A thing to make the lockpicks have even less of a chance to break. I'll take it though. I was like, oh man, yeah, I'm full on lockpicks. I'm full 18 of 18. Enemies keep dropping them. I keep breaking doors, not even using them. Oh man, this is gonna be the best gift ever. Now my full lockpicks will always be full. True. And every once in a while, there'll be a door that requires like a 6 to open up. And that will be helpful for not blasting through a whole bunch. There you go. But it is funny how I literally just did decide to bring it up, and then that's the exact reward. Okay. Let's see, I don't think this is, yeah. First of all, that's a giant door. Yeah, it needs a specific key. That's a giant scrapyard they've got there, damn. Alright, fine. I know there's something behind here. Another bit of iron ore. Okay, I can safely fall off of that and not fall off the island. Last thing I need is be like resent all the way back to the other area again. In front of the castle. That would be a big no-no. That would be a big hurt.
Food shortage, border blockade, apostolic bloody union corruption. And now this damned winter. Why can't we just have one problem at a time, eh?
I don't think it's up. I don't think it's. Don't give up. They sigh.
Thanks, I'm just tired is all.
Never give up, Bull.
Glorious Oak. Eight might. What? How dare you? Good thing I can talk my way past it. Because I have a hat. Ring of Sturdiness. The ring greatly reduces damage taken while blocking. Forged long before the arrival of the Clockwork Kingdom in an era when the Cardovian phalanx were nigh unmatched in the battlefield. I don't block much, but you know what? If I do, I will take less damage. Elixir of Regen. Although I do like how there are breakable doors, and it wasn't just like in the first dungeon. And it's like, here at the very beginning of the tutorial, here's some breakable doors. And then they never show up again. But they've actually been showing up decently frequently. So if you do have strength, you can just smash it. If you don't have lockpick, you're like, oh yeah, my strength actually does help with exploration puzzles. Oh, yes. A teleportation device. Yay. That's very helpful. I also need to use this to go talk to the one person, too. So let me actually use it and complete a quest, I guess. Please write your destination. Erudite Academy. Hollow. Oh, there was one in Hollowtown. Perfect. So now I can go to Hollowtown as well. But yeah, Erudite Academy. Natalia looks preoccupied with complex crystal gadgets. Welcome back. Let's keep this brief. I've plenty to do. Have you witnessed anything strange or forbidden lately? No. Okay. Can you remind me about the portals? No problem. The crystal key I gave you? Yeah, okay. Okay, so she didn't want me to test how it worked. I thought she did. But I've used it. It worked. If anyone's suspicious, it's that Don G downstairs. He's an old Wiccan loyalist, don't you know? But he managed to escape the post-war purges, so I don't know. But I bet you'll find him muttering the old gods in his sleep. Clockwork Kingdom, please. Nice. Alright, cool. Now I can go back between the two major cities with a teleporter. I don't really need the gate passport now, but I'll get it just so I, have it. Ooh, a save machine. Hey. You're gonna upgrade this oh, this is property to buy. Ooh. Okay. All the way out on the edge of town, but it is next to the teleporter. Let's finally get the Pharaohs. Pharaoh Town, Pharaohburg, whatever the fuck it's called. Pharaohton. Let's get to Pharaoh Seed, or whatever the hell that Pokemon was called. Yep, it's a nice, what is it, Memorial Day? Yeah, Memorial Day. Labor Day's the end, Memorial Day's the beginning. Let's see, I need to find a specific person. Yeah, that looks like a waiting room. Fearsome thing, ain't it? Don't worry, this one's on our side. But one word for me and it'll do you, and it'll go at you just like a wild beast. So get in line like everyone else. I'll be going now. Let's see if I can find the person, the ship captain, Misha, told me to talk to. The guard is carefully rolling himself a pungent cigarette. They do not look up. I ain't on duty for another hour, so sut off. I'll arrest you for aggravated pestering. Door's tight shut. Shut tight, tight shut. All you fools are waiting in line. You could just have walked in at any time. You must be the person I'm looking for. This stocky, middle-aged woman is methodically entering numbers into a ledger, but she does not look up. Your ticket, please. Make up a number, 53. She continues writing, eyes fixed on a book. Why, Citizen Javed, you've changed a great deal since I saw you back last week. For instance, your missing leg has grown back. Finally, she looks up at you over her spectacles. Her expression is surprisingly kind. I know it's very frustrating to be kept waiting like this. I imagine you've come a long way. But we've just had another wave of evacuees from Cloud Pine, and every one of them needs a proper bed. So you're not the only one here who has urgent business with the Royal Factor today, see? The Royal Factor continues writing. The little wire-rimmed spectacles perching upon her nose. I'm afraid you'll just have to wait your turn, citizen, downstairs. It's your passport. Mikhail sent me. He says hello. She examines you properly for the first time. Misha sent you? Well, why didn't you say so? Mr. Gallo, hold on, all tickets, please. Now, let's have a look at your passport. Heh, it's really not a bad likeness, is it? He's captured your nose perfectly. She hands the passport back to you. You'll be wanting a travel permit then. I believe I can help, but given your unconventional means of arrival, I will acquire just a teensy bit test of your loyalty. One hand washes the other, see? I'm not familiar with that expression. Honestly, I haven't had a wash in weeks. What do you have in mind? Some days ago, a goods caravan was ambushed out in Yansk while on its way to Ferropolis. The only survivor died of their wounds before they could tell us the culprit. Currently, all my militia squads are tied up keeping order in the city, so a proper retrieval mission will have to wait. But there was one particular item in the caravan that we just can't do without. What you're looking for is a royal freight capsule with a chest inside. It should be somewhere northwest of here, in the forest beyond the farmlands. The Factor smiles maternally. If you can bring me the contents of that chest, I think you and I will have a great, fruitful relationship. Gotcha, okay. We just got here from Cloud Spire Oblast. Held on as long as we could, but this winter finally did us in. Lots of folks like us in town, or so I heard. I'm just hoping the Factor can sort us out. Missing both an arm and a leg? At least they kind of work, I guess. You enjoy your bureaucracy.
Although I think it'd be funny if you could just go around the pipe. Alright, so the forest? Past all the farms, you mean that forest, I guess? The place I was just at? Oh, that crashed ship. It probably did not spawn the item I needed to find until now. Okay. I need to go back to that crashed ship, and that probably has the item I'm looking for in it. That makes sense. Well, onward. Let's see where it is. At least I assume that's where it is. It seemed like a very unique landmark to, you know, not have anything really in it. Unless I technically already had it and just... Or maybe this is just isn't it. Supposed to find a box with a chest in it? There is no inside. Unless it appeared on top of the deck. Yeah, maybe this isn't it. Could just be a different farmland, I guess. Maybe a different forest in total. Damn, alright. Well, I was kind of hoping this would be it. Because when I went inside, there weren't any boxes, and you don't see any chests now either. No. Alright, so where is this item? The other question is it even here, or am I just... Is there a different forest past the farmland? Because I am... Here we are, we're up here. I guess it did say north. Did it say north from here? I could just very much be wrong. This is the right place, so. Or it means this. Maybe? It's a lot of guards. Well, I'll use a tiny bit of magic.
Ouch, that hurt.
Sucker. Pickled head. Its withered face is frozen in a look of ingenious vexation, while his eyes, rolling back fully into their sockets, gazing into some eternal brainscape of the blind. Brainscape of the mind, resemble hard-boiled eggs. Okay, so that's the item she wanted. Alright, cool. And this entire bridge is like a long route over to get to the gate that I don't have the passport for, so we're not going to worry about it yet. Cool, so I was right. Another kill, another lockpick. Good thing the game limits my lockpicks to 18. Otherwise, I'd just have so many lockpicks right now. It would be pretty much infinite. The Royal Factor glances at you over her little wire-rimmed spectacles. Did you find the cargo, citizen? I'm afraid I've no time for you otherwise. Dump the pickled head on her desk. Friend of yours? The Factor raises her eyebrows and lets out a low whistle. Not personally, but we should thank him nonetheless. After all, he's just saved both your head and mine, see? What's so important about the head anyways? The Factor maintains an impenetrable poker face. That would be Chairman Duncan. The inimitable first leader of the Mechanicus... the inimitable first leader of the Mechanicus Guild. Apparently, our king is convinced that he possessed some critical knowledge of the correct path forward for the kingdom. Ever since he died, the guild has been trying to wrinkle it out of his brain. In the meantime, given the current instability, His Majesty has decreed that the head to be moved to Ferropolis and put on display for public veneration to bolster morale, see? She pats the glass jar gently and smiles at you. I don't know about you, but I feel better already. So, about that travel permit. About that beer you owe me. Yes, let's get you sorted, shall we? She produces an official-looking parchment and begins filling it in. Not to worry, this will stand up to scrutiny. After all, it's quite real. So, how do you know Mikhail? Seems like you owe him quite the favor. The factor's quill stops moving. She gives you a cautioning look, then gently sets it down. Misha and I have a good working relationship. In our own way, we both serve the king. Each of us has targets to meet. He has access to goods that are subject to a temporary mismatch of supply and demand here in the kingdom, whereas I have a city to feed and clothe, see? So it's everyone in Ferropolis who owes Mikhail a favor. She stamps the parchment and gives you a bright smile. Not least herself. Well, I believe this is all in order here. The gate bridges will be open to you now. Send my love to Misha, won't you?
Alright, cool. So now I can use the regular gate bridges. And I should be able to get inside the city as well. The guard is holding some kind of long, thin metal wand connected by wires to the machine beside him. They point at you as you approach.
Oh, listen. Stay where you are. Anyone entering Ferropolis must be assessed by corruption by order of the king. Now say, ah. Ah.
The guard deftly pokes the wand inside your mouth, holding it there for a few seconds, then waves it up and down your body, while the machine emits chirps and warbles. How dare you poke me with that thing inside of me? You folks really know how to give a warm welcome. So, what the hell was that? They give you the hairy eyeball.
No fear to pass, citizen. Get moving before I arrest you for gross impudence.
Alright, we have our new stores and everything. Let's see, where do we have our next save device? I mean, I guess I might as well pop into the weapon store and such, right? Right. Whoops. They sniff the air. Moo and the stink of the country thought about you, if all many judge. Dangerous place. Well, citizen, you've come to the right shop. Name's Jasamir. I sell things that kill. I'm interested in buying some weaponry. They tap a large ledger on the counter. What do you need it for? I had to keep records, see, in case the king comes knocking. I'm a farmer, I need it for my protection. I'm a guard for one of those big roaming workshops. Murder, manslaughter, you know, crimes in general. Murder, manslaughter, you know, crimes in general. They give you the hairy eyeball. Always nice to have a bit of levity in here. Just tell me what to write, won't you? I'm a guard for one of those big roaming workshops. They scribble in the ledger. You work the land ships. You're better than I am, citizen. If you ask me, buildings should stay still. Watch out for saboteurs, eh? Now I just need your name, occupation, and place of evidence. You invent some plausible fake details. Something tells you it would be unwise to tell the truth. Desimir sniffs the air deeply. Ah, a landship guard. You ain't dead, so I guess I didn't sell you a duff weapon. What can I do for you? Yeah, it's good that you don't. This is the classic. You can't hit NPCs with shit. This is just they're just there. Bombs, rusty great sword. Weightless glove, ammunition, shuriken. Weightless glove. A glove imbued with a gravity-defying gem that helps negate fatigue during combat. The damage penalty from attacking with low stamina is less severe when worn. It makes a weapon feel light as a feather. Okay. You know what? I'll take that. Because it's special. And sure, I'll take a great sword. And I'll sell some glorious treasure. Now, I'll come here, take that rusty greatsword, power it up. Now it's a steel greatsword. Greatswords are slow, brutal weapons that can cleave and smash through anything they connect with. This one exhibits a flat tip, characteristic of executioner's blades. Now, I don't think I have enough to upgrade that. Yeah. Fine greatsword. This one is finely balanced, the ornate handle providing the counterweight to the blade that makes it easy to swing in wide lethal arcs. Alright, so I need to get hold of some more fine ore somewhere.
is the damage anyway to this? 14 versus 15, so it's 1 less but swings slower. That's fine by me. I like faffing around with the bigger weapons anyway. And I can put the weightless gloves on, so now when I'm running out low on stamina, my attacks deal a bit more damage and don't lose that much. The shopkeeper appears to be anxious and harried by many problems. No, and not for the 6th time, no. We do not yet have any sky blubber coats in stock. I have petitioned, I am petitioning, I will petition. Look at you properly for the first time. Oh, King's mercy, forgive the impromptu grammar lesson, citizen. I mistook you for a regular. Everything in such a world today. I am Quarshi, clother of the armor of the citizens of Ferropolis. Right now I have more orders than I can fill. But if you want something that's not out of stock, let me see what you have. Yeah, but that's mostly just to stop things from getting outbalanced. For the instead of you're using 2 hands on 1 weapon. All right, cool. That means you've got 2 points of leverage. Scruffy attire. I'll buy it just to have it. And clockwork furnishings. I'll keep my money on that one. Silk thread. If it was the better silk, I might buy some. But oh, nice door that leads to nowhere. Well, now. The surface of the notice board is entirely lost beneath layers upon layer of paper, while half-melted candles shelter at its foot. A sign at the top reads, "Missing persons." Read one of the notices. One notice in particular catches your eye. It looks relatively new and is written in spidery hand. Dear child, I don't know why I'm writing this. I don't know who you are. I don't even remember your name. I just know there is a hole in my life and nothing fills it. If you are real, please come home. I want to feel right again. Oleg Igorovich. Something tugs at you about this strange notice. Maybe you should offer your help. The notice gives directions to a house in the northeast islet of Ferropolis. Access via the city's rear gate. Okay, I'll head out for now. Alright, well, where's that bed? There it is. Oh, is this a Futurama suicide booth? What are we doing here? Oh, I don't cut in line. I was here first. There it is. The stout woman has maternal air and voice full of pebbles. A hand-rolled cigarette droops from her mouth. King's favor, pet. Welcome to the squeaky wheel tea house. What can old Baba Zena do for ye? Do you have any rooms for rent? The Skyward Suite's yours for 5 coins if you don't mind sleeping there. I'll take it. Zena stubs out the cigarette and begins rolling another. Right, yawn, pet. The room's upstairs on the other end of the long metal gantry. It's the one that's floating in midair like. Alright, we'll get our stamina back up, and we'll make it nighttime. So now I got my stamina back. Have a little bit of a save. Sneak into these shops and steal some stuff from them while they're all asleep and not around. Oh, nailed a 6 instantly. God damn. There's some glorious silk. Speaking of it. Glorious treasure. Damn, I was hoping for some more fine ore. Hey, I mean anything that makes you feel weird or good or goodly weird. I mean, hell. It's either that or you're slapping yourself with a bunch of dopamine. Tobacco, cigarettes, and gotcha games. The one things humans will always make. Yeah, no, not a voice skill for that one. You're confronted by a middle-aged man with piercing eyes and a bushy, well-kept salt and pepper beard.
Ho, in the name of the king! Traveler, you are hereby detained in the name of His Majesty, the Clockwork King. Please don't do yourself any mischief by resisting.
Wait, why?
I am Sunil, the King's Speaker, first among equals of the Mechanist Guild. In its ever-advancing wisdom, the Majesty has requested your presence in the audience chamber at the Mechanarium. This is not optional.
Ah, yes, of course. I have important information for His Majesty. It's for yours only. Convey it thither. What does the king want with me?
That is a mystery even my wit has yet to penetrate. Be that as it may, I serve the king's will. It is not necessary that I understand it. Militia, if you please.
Alright, so the Mech King really is a giant mechanical device. As you approach the vast machine, a sense of uncanny pressure pervades your body, as if you're pushing against an invisible wall that grows stronger with every step. It is sorcery, or only your fear. Your soul knows that the king is bigger than its interface, bigger than the room, bigger than the mechanarium, bigger than the sky. You feel minuscule in its presence, and somehow fictional, as if all your memories were merely its thing's daydreams. The noise of wheels and pistons fuses into the abyssal roar. Your skin fizzes, your sense of balance swirls, your taste metal, then burnt nuts, then somehow magenta. A delicate metal arm shivers into life and begins to write. Invocation afoot. Please abide. Invoking. Rejoice and exult. The invocation is cast. All hail its majesty, Mechanicus Rex, the Clockwork King. Now summoning canon courtesy. Royal-audience-human-ignorant. Alas, cannot invoke Hex Rune. Bazal's 9th 12th binding. Alas, cannot invoke Hex Horizon. Reserve 14th Exegus. Record of fault. Wingdings or something, or whatever the hell that is. The flood of symbols fills the parchment several times over, until finally the quill stops. Dogger subject indicates confusion, 62% confidence. Conjuring an alternative exegus, fetching true name. Judgment. Thou art subject number 1100 and I don't know what the fuck a D means in Roman numerals. You are subject number MCDX CCXL11. Affirm. I'm not one of your subjects. I'm from outside. Alias, cannot summon codex outside. Axiom, all trespassers in the most glorious Clockwork Kingdom are made subject to our majesty immediately upon entry for all time. Therefore, edict, thou art subject. Subject, MCDX, thou art summoned here to account for thy purpose. Therefore, we demand what is thine answer. Oh, mighty Clockwork King, I am merely an innocent traveler. My purpose? You want me to explain why I exist? I am an apostolic union agent hunting a dangerous outlaw. Pondering, Naxium, our majesty does not recognize the entity known as the Apostolic Union. Therefore, edict, all unknown agents must first account for past grievances. Thus, again, the inscrutable symbols fill the page, counting for about a minute. Therefore, we demand, what is thine answer? Oh, sorry, I don't understand. Well, gobbledygook and fibber to gibbet to you two. Oh, most wise Clockwork King, might you speak in the tongue of common folk? Alias cannot summon lexicon. Common folk. No alternative. Exegesis expised. Therefore, we once again demand, what is thine answer? Your question has no answer. Go to hell, you overgrown pocket watch. Oh, most merciful Clockwork King, I swear I do not know. Your question has no answer. Pondering. Judgment. Subject MCDX. Thine answer is invalid, therefore edict. Thou art selected for the sacramental duty. All prior purposes hereby annulled, and shall be as dust. What does that mean? The sacramental duty is as follows. This time, the nonsense continues for several minutes. Augury failure for the task may result in critical reality expectation. Critical reality exception. 76% confidence. Judgment. A critical reality exception may imperil this kingdom. Therefore, edict. Dereliction of this duty will be punished by unmitigated annihilation. Okay, I think this thing is actually telling me to keep doing this task I'm currently doing. I said go to hell. You get nothing from me. How can I obey if I can't understand you? Pondering. Judgment. Obedience does not require understanding. Therefore, edict. Thou shalt perform a sanctum duty. Subject MCDX. Thine audience is concluded, and thou art dismissed. Therefore, edict. Vacate immediately this hollow chamber and begun thy task of pain of annihilation. Alright, well, the Clockwork King basically just said, hey, if you don't do what I'm tasking you, something that changing reality will fuck everything up. So and considering what's her name is supposed to be chasing something that can mess around with reality, my guess is he just told me to do the same exact mission I was already on. So, sure, I will liquidate all purpose that I had and now do the same purpose that I was already doing. Just, in whatever messed up shit you were saying. Introduction to Sixfold Cipher. Volume 1, The Basis of Sixfold. Not today. Not today. I'm not reading any more right now. This mechanicus jumps when you disturb them. Ah! Boo. King's toenails! I told you not to keep up with me like that. They examine you. Wait, you're not a mechanist? I thought you were one of the comitologists. That bastard's been stalking me all day, trying to hurry to my work. I'm working as fast as I can. What's the delay? I'm a summoner. We maintain the cipher spells and transport goods throughout the kingdom. From farm to stockpile to summoning station or back again. How do I use the summoning station? It's quite simple. Simply approach the machine, visualize what you want, and press the use. If you don't receive the right thing, you probably didn't visualize it correctly. Any further inquiries? I'll disturb you no further. If anyone asks about me, tell them I'm with the King's Speaker in a private meeting. Okay, I think this is how we get out, right? Yeah. Okay. Now I'm breaking lockpicks. There we go. We're in. Oh, this is the potion store. Oh, another one of the bittersweet bottle versions. There we go. Alright. Out of nowhere, you get a random urge to check your pocket. Inside, you find a scrap of paper you've never seen before. The enigmatic note reads, "We must speak, but hostile eyes are watching. Meet me after nightfall in the park of Upper Ferropolis. I'll be waiting under the gazebo. Come alone. Gazebo? 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 A friend." Man, that's a Joel bit. God damn it.
Gazebo? Alright, so wants me to meet in the park, but I think we're good for the day anyway. Let me go back to the save machine. And I'll worry about the rest of this tomorrow. Because we're in a whole new big area that is going to take a lot of exploration. And my voice is kind of tired already. And I'm hungry. So, I am going to go up here. Hit the saving crystal. And yeah, I'm so much loving this game. I really do like it a lot. It looks great. I love the writing and the story and the way that they have me going here. I even like that Clockwork King part where it's doing whatever it's doing, but its meaning is so... it's lost in its own sauce that it's literally unintelligible. So everybody here built this to be their big working god, and it's working on such a high plane, it just cannot contact you back. It's pretty cool. I like this a lot. But yeah, and there's other places to be too. I can't wait to see how this actually turns out and unfolds and what it ends up becoming. This is very cool setting. Anyway, yeah. Thank you all for watching, everybody, and I'll see you all tomorrow. I'm going to play a lot more of this. I've been enjoying the hell out of this. So enjoy your holiday off if you celebrate it here in the U.S. And I'll see you all tomorrow.